The Heavenly Emperor's shout caused everyone in the hidden sect to discuss what had happened between the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor's shout caused everyone in the hidden sect to discuss what had happened between the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Court. The Black Hell Demon Lord clicked his tongue in wonder. The Heavenly Emperor is really ruthless. He has labeled the Divine Palace as the Devil Race. Now, it's very difficult for the Divine Palace to rope in any more forces. After all, such a scandal was just exposed by the Buddhist sect not long ago. Over the long years, the devils had always played an evil role. Many conspirators had even thrown their sins on the devils. It was as if all the evil could have been done by the devils. Duan Hongqian shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily. The calamity has already arrived. Who still cares about the devil race? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, the attractiveness of the Heavenly Court is only limited to mortals. In the immortal world, as long as one has a good background, there are really not many people who like the Heavenly Court. Murong-chi snorted. No matter what, the Heavenly Court is more attractive than the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace's prodigy is already gone. He came from the Divine Palace, but he hated it. Don't speak nonsense. Master supports the Heavenly Court. The Black Hell Chicken reminded. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Khanate cave abode. Tu Linger asked curiously, say, if Master brings our hidden sect to help the Heavenly Court, will the Heavenly Court win the calamity? Diamond Rage laughed. Of course. You're all prodigies. The sect master is even stronger than the Heavenly Emperor. With such a force joining, who can stop it? Murong-chi smiled and said, that's right, but Grandmaster wants us to cultivate well. This calamity is not suitable for us. When the next calamity comes, we will all be immortal emperors and deities. Perhaps we will give birth to Zenith Heaven. At that time, won't we sweep through the myriad worlds? After interacting with each other for so long, they knew each other's talents. They were really all geniuses. Chu Shuren's eyes lit up. Hearing Murong-chi's words, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Khanate cave abode with reverence. Don't forget that senior called Lu Bu. Sun Chang'an suddenly said. Everyone couldn't help but look at the seaside of Hidden Sect Island. They were all terrified. They had all challenged Zhu Tu in the simulation trial. Even Diamond Rage had been insta-killed. Jiang Yi sat under the tree and listened to everyone's conversation. He thought to himself, the hidden sect indeed has potential. Sima Yi will definitely not hide forever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the hidden sect. Following him might have more potential than following the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Perhaps in the future, the Golden Crow Divine Clan would still need his protection. The more Jiang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Han Ju was too terrifying. His talent was unparalleled and he had been hiding his strength. Han Ju was cultivating, so he didn't take the conversation of the hidden sect seriously. They had to gossip to soften the passage of long and boring years. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover_new novels. In the blink of an eye. 30 years passed. Han Ju finally had a chance to break through. He was very excited. It had been nearly 300 years, and he was finally about to break through. He almost suffocated to death. Han Ju didn't even curse the enemy and directly started to break through. The surging negative karma around Hidden Sect Island began to surge like a silent storm. It was majestic and emitted pressure. The breakthrough of the deity realm was to increase the essence of his divine origin, allowing the essence of his dermic powers to constantly break through the limits. When his dermic powers and soul reached perfection, it would be the opportunity to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. Han Ju had the stellar primordial body and the primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. He only needed to constantly absorb negative karma, he didn't need to go out to find a technique. The primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao was a Great Tao cultivation technique that Han Ju had exchanged for with 9 Great Tao fragments. Even the entire immortal world might not contain such a cultivation technique. The negative karma of the 9 nether purgatory was endless. It was enough for Han Ju to cultivate for countless years. Time passed. 8 years later, Han Ju finally broke through. His divine origin dermic powers had transformed to mystic divine origin. Han Ju became stronger again. This feeling was too wonderful, causing him to make indescribable sounds. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 5000 race, primordial fiend celestial, cultivation, 2 mystic divine origin, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Visit lightnovelworld.com for the best novel_reading experience. Great Tao of life and death, Great Tao of karma, Han Ju almost cursed. As expected of a breakthrough to the deity realm. His lifespan had increased far beyond the emperor realm. There were too many numbers, Han Ju couldn't count anymore. The lifespan deducted previously was directly refreshed as he broke through. Perhaps it was not refreshed, but 9 was the highest number. What was this? 109 quadrillion. 100 million years suddenly became insignificant. Next, he could play it bigger. Han Ju had a bold thought. He had nearly 10 quadrillion years of life to squander now. It was simply too much. Han Ju spent 2 years consolidating his cultivation. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune, took a deep breath, and started cursing. This time, he directly cursed the Divine Palace. He wanted to curse the Divine Palace's providence. He would first use 10 billion years to curse them. He would then use another 50 billion years to play with Zhu Tu. Han Ju didn't believe that he couldn't destroy the Divine Palace. Not only could taking revenge on the Divine Palace resolve the problem for the Heavenly Emperor, but it could also avenge his grand disciple, Morong Qi. He was at ease and did not feel any burden. 10 quadrillion minus 60 billion years was, how much? Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate, but he knew that it was still the number equivalent to longevity. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease, and the Divine Palace began to suffer. After breaking through, his lifespan decreased even faster. The main reason was that his curse power was also becoming stronger, so the consumption was naturally faster. Try the lightnovelworld.com platform for the most advanced reading experience. 2 days later, he lost 6 billion years of his lifespan. He continued. Divine Palace. Zhu Tu sat in the hall and circulated his energy to resist the curse. Report the Rage God Emperor has been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Report all Golden Frost Palace disciples are being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Report, some new disciples couldn't withstand the curse and were destroyed in body and soul. Report, the voices of the Divine Palace cultivators came from outside the hall. There were already hundreds of people kneeling in front of the hall, representing the various branches of the Divine Palace. Zhu Tu had a dark expression. He did not reply. He couldn't. The Dark Forbidden Lord was too crazy. He actually cursed the entire Divine Palace. He was definitely from the Heavenly Court. Absolutely. Swearing, Zhu Tu took out his book of curses to curse the entire Heavenly Court. Soon, he sadly discovered that the Heavenly Court was protected by the providence of the Heavenly Tao. He couldn't curse it at all. Indignant, he decided to use his lifespan. Using his life to fight against the Heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be able to stop him. But to curse the entire Heavenly Court, how much lifespan did he have to consume? The lifespan of a zenith heaven cultivator was almost endless, and they could live through 10,000 calamities without dying. However, if he expended too much, it would endanger his body and soul, causing even more intense injuries. On the other side, after Han Ju saw that he had lost 10 billion years of his lifespan, he immediately stopped and adjusted his aura. Because of your curse, the Divine Palace's providence has decreased. Thousands of immortal realm disciples have died. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Their providence finally decreased. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World .com platform. As for those cannon fodder, Han Ju could only silently pray for them not to enter the Divine Palace in their next life. Following the Divine Palace wouldn't end well for them. After resting for half a day, Han Ju started cursing Zhu Tuesday. Chapter 369 Immeasurable Calamity in Destiny, Heavenly Emperor's Resolution. Chapter 369 Immeasurable Calamity in Destiny, Heavenly Emperor's Resolution. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan decreased again. The rate of decrease was still extremely exaggerated, but he didn't care. It was good to take care of Zhu Tu as soon as possible to prevent any trouble later. Zhu Tu was no longer the greatest winner of the immeasurable calamity. He was at most a shit-stirrer now. Even if he died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. On the other side, Zhu Tu was cursed by Han Ju. As the power of the curse strengthened, he had no choice but to put down his book of curses and begin to resist the curse. Damn it, my curse book is still too poor. Not to mention the Dark Forbidden Lord, even the Heavenly Emperor is not affected. Zhu Tu was secretly vexed. He was puzzled. Where did the Dark Forbidden Lord's book of curses come from? There were too many Dark Forbidden Lords in the immortal world cursing the enemy, causing the tribulation aura to change. In the past, he had schemed and fought with all his might. Now, he was hiding in the dark and cursing desperately, so that the enemy would not be able to guess it. Zhu Tu was vexed as he resisted the curse. Several days later, the curse from the Dark Forbidden Lord had yet to stop when Zhu Tu panicked. This curse was even more powerful than before. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord was determined to kill him? It was definitely related to the Heavenly Emperor. Damn the Heavenly Emperor! Zhu Tu was puzzled. Who was behind the Heavenly Emperor? Could it be a sage? Zhu Tu's pupils dilated. Sage. The sage of Nuwa Imperial Palace had already helped him. It was not impossible for other sages to appear. The more Zhu Tu thought about it, the more panicked he became. At this moment, his dermic powers began to surge, wreaking havoc on his body, making him feel even more uncomfortable. However, the torture continued. Half a day later. Visit Light Novel World .com for the best novel_reading experience. Boom. Zhu Tu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood essence. His eyes began to bleed. The injuries on his body were still fine as long as his soul was not injured. Zhu Tu racked his brains to think of a countermeasure. From the looks of it, the Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely curse for a period of time. He couldn't just wait for death. Zhu Tu suddenly had an idea. He suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Emperor, you are cruel and heartless. You cursed the billions of disciples of my divine palace and even accused us of being devils. I only wanted to trick the Dark Forbidden Lord. You can't hide anymore. After the Heavenly Tao Buddha and the Demon Emperor, I was also cursed by the Heavenly Emperor and am about to die. All living beings, listen up. The Heavenly Emperor is definitely not a good person to fight for the providence with such actions. If the Heavenly Court really unites the myriad worlds in the universe, the Dark Era will arrive." Zhu Tu sent out a wisp of his soul and vanished into the darkness. He self-destructed as well, destroying his body and soul. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju's lifespan had already decreased by more than 30 billion years. His consciousness was dizzy. Just as he was about to collapse, he heard Zhu Tu's voice. He immediately stopped cursing and heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, it seems that it's impossible to spend 100 billion years. Han Ju thought silently. When his lifespan decreased by more than 15 billion years, he began to feel dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't so easy to spend one's lifespan. Han Ju cursed silently. At this moment, golden rain poured down from the 9 nether purgatory. The rain fell into the darkness and was devoured by negative karma. Everyone from the hidden sect exclaimed. Zhu Tu is also dead. Another zenith heaven has fallen. The calamity is really becoming more and more terrifying. The Heavenly Emperor is the Dark Forbidden Lord. Who dares to fight with the Heavenly Court now? Fortunately, we hid. Otherwise, we would have suffered as well. Jiang Yi, your Golden Crow Divine Clan didn't go against the Heavenly Court, right? Everyone chatted and laughed. Jiang Yi's expression was extremely ugly. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. He had indeed heard his elders mention that they wanted to go against the Heavenly Court. I hope they're smart, damn it, so the Dark Forbidden Lord is the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder. Jiang Yi trembled in fear. Every time he saw the Heavenly Emperor, he felt as if he had been seen through. It was extremely strange. While they were still marveling, Han Ju felt inexplicably uneasy. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. It was mainly because something was wrong with Zhu Tu's words. It wasn't the hatred of the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Buddha before their deaths. It was only anger. Is he faking his death? However, the Heavenly Tao phenomenon outside was real. Immediately, Han Ju scolded himself. What was there to guess? He directly asked the system. Is Zhu Tu dead? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A remnant soul remains. Han Ju showed a frown. As expected of the number one in the calamity, he couldn't even be cursed to death. Oh no, he was escaping. This time, the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Emperor were in trouble. Of the 4 overlord factions, 3 of their leaders had been cursed to death by the Heavenly Emperor. How could this be? If Han Ju was from another force, he would definitely target the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Court did not collapse, how could they fight for the Providence? Han Ju was vexed. Did his actions harm the Heavenly Emperor? No. He was helping the Heavenly Emperor, but Zhu Tu was cunning. If he couldn't win, he would defame the other party. Ridiculous. Han Ju was furious. But he had to rest. The dizziness was still there. Visit Light Novel World. For a better reading experience. A deity realm mighty figure was actually dizzy. It would be a joke if word got out. It could only mean that the price of the curse was too high. If not for the Book of Misfortune, Han Ju wouldn't dare to curse so easily. Book of Misfortune, Deity Realm's supreme treasure. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to the other party. At the same time, it will not be detected by the other party. The unnoticeable characteristic was perfectly used by Han Ju and developed. A month later, Han Ju recovered and took out the Heavenly Tao token to ask about the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. What are you afraid of? This is even better. I want all living beings to fear me. I want to end the calamity. Only by uniting can I bring peace to the myriad worlds. Han Ju was speechless. He had been worried for so long, but he didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so smug. Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. There might be other powerful enemies hidden in the immortal world. For example, the previous Hao Tian and immortal Emperor Samsara who stayed near you in disguise. Han Ju had to remind him. As the Heavenly Court's master, the Heavenly Emperor had always been in the open and could be easily plotted against. The Heavenly Emperor said, I know. Actually, I didn't want to unite the immortal world initially. Now that the situation is changing, I can't retreat anymore. I have to face the difficulties. The entire heavenly court is looking forward to me unifying the immortal world. I can't stop. These words were said very calmly. Hanju couldn't hear his uneasiness or hesitation, only determination. Knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, he chose to walk towards it. Hanju sighed secretly. He wanted to save Heavenly Court, but it fell deeper and deeper. Was this the immeasurable calamity? Was this fate? Hanju fell silent. Could it be that he had already entered the calamity? On careful thought, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Forget it. I just need to have a clear conscience and try my best. If there's really no other way, I can only protect myself. Hanju's eyes became firm. Since the Heavenly Emperor couldn't retreat, he might as well help him win. The Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded again. Recently, the human school has sent over a batch of holy pills, among which are Tao pills that can help deity realm cultivators cultivate. Do you want them? I'll give you 10. Hanju said, forget it. Save it for the immortals of the heavenly court. If you give it to me, I won't be able to help you either. It's a waste. The Heavenly Emperor said indifferently, it's fine. You're definitely on my side, but they might not be. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm. After interacting with the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju finally accepted the 10 Tao pills. The meeting location was in the void where the reroll world was previously located. After interacting with the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju finally accepted the 10 Tao pills. The meeting location was in the void where the reroll world was previously located. Hanju asked Liu Bei to go and retrieve it. At present, the restriction of the 9 nether purgatory was very weak. Liu Bei could forcefully break out. With Liu Bei's cautious personality, nothing should happen. After he left, Hanju continued cultivating. This storm made him realize how terrifying the calamity was. He had to have greater strength to deal with it. I have to say, these enemies are really powerful. I can't even kill them in secret. Hanju sighed in his heart. He admired Zhu Tu and Hao Tian a little. Especially Zhu Tuesday. He could even harm the Heavenly Emperor with his death. How ruthless. This time, the Divine Palace would probably be in chaos. The chaos in the Divine Palace and the Demon Court might make the immortal world even more chaotic. Should he calculate the Heavenly Emperor's future? Hanju had an idea. Yes. He couldn't always consider the calamity. After all, he focused on saving the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju thought silently, I want to know how the Heavenly Emperor died. 500 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju felt dizzy, then his consciousness was pulled into the scene. He opened his eyes again and discovered that he had arrived in a bright hall. The hall was dilapidated. When he looked up, he could even see the blue sky and white clouds outside the hall. A disheveled Heavenly Emperor sat on the throne, breathing heavily. Hanju's gaze landed on a figure at the entrance of the hall. Hanju showed a frown. This figure was updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm, Heavenly Emperor, it's time for the Heavenly Court to change owners. A cold voice sounded as the person walked into the hall. Hanju focused his gaze. Wasn't this Long Hao? Wait. Could it be that he had already been possessed by Hao Tian? The Heavenly Emperor looked up at Long Hao coldly. Unfilial son, do you want to kill your father? Dressed in black, Long Hao said calmly, I've given you a chance. If you insist, shouldn't I inherit the Heavenly Emperor position? Why did you choose the Divine General? The Heavenly Emperor said, the Heavenly Emperor position doesn't depend on strength, but prestige and methods. You and Hao Tian are too close. You have already become his puppet. In the previous calamity, although you obtained great providence, you also made countless enemies. If you are the heavenly court's master, how can you lead it to prosperity? Humph, you don't trust me. You trust the divine general, the heavenly God general, and my master. You don't trust your son because you're afraid of Hao Tian. You want to obtain achievements that surpass Hao Tian in the heavenly emperor position. Long Hao's tone was filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Han Ju frowned as he listened. Crap. This kid went astray. However, on careful thought, he felt that Long Hao's desire to become the heavenly emperor was not wrong. If the heavenly emperor gave up his position and did not give it to Long Hao, there was indeed a reason for him to be unhappy. However, the divine general's contributions were indeed great. He could be said to be the heavenly emperor's most trusted aide. He could also be the heavenly emperor. Who said that the position of heavenly emperor was hereditary? Regarding the heavenly emperor's position, Han Ju did not want to take sides. However, if Long Hao killed his father because of this, that would be too much. Long Hao approached the heavenly emperor step by step and said coldly, "Father, I'll call you one last time. If not for the help of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the heavenly court would have long been destroyed in the last calamity. You're really not suitable to be the heavenly emperor because you're not strong enough." He suddenly raised his palm and slapped at the heavenly emperor. His surging dermic powers transformed into a golden dragon that quickly flew over and wrapped around the heavenly emperor like a chain. The golden dragon opened its mouth and began to absorb the heavenly emperor's soul. The heavenly emperor did not struggle. He was already powerless to resist. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. The so-called heavenly Tao is only a bigger pawn. When you become the heavenly emperor, you will definitely regret it. The scene shattered. It meant that the heavenly emperor would die in Long Hao's hands. Han Ju opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. He caught something. The heavenly emperor said that Long Hao had made countless enemies in the last immeasurable calamity. In other words, the heavenly court and the heavenly emperor could survive this current calamity. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. That's good. Han Ju couldn't help but smile. It was good enough to survive this calamity. It seemed that the direction of the calamity had changed again. Zhu Tu's scheme was truly powerful. He directly changed the situation. No. It's because I'm powerful. Han Ju was secretly pleased. After the calamity ended, he would definitely be stronger. At that time, he would stop Long Hao from killing his father. Han Ju suddenly thought of something. The heavenly emperor seemed to trust him unconditionally and accommodated him in all sorts of ways, but he was very strict with his son. Why was that? I want to know why the heavenly emperor treats me so well. Han Ju continued to ask in his heart. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 2 billion years. Han Ju was shocked. The highest so far had only been 1 billion years. What did that mean? It involved an existence far beyond Zhu Tu. Could it be a sage? Han Ju immediately chose to continue. He wanted to see who stood behind the heavenly emperor. Although the heavenly emperor treated him very well, Han Ju had to be wary. The heavenly emperor had already said that the heavenly Tao was a pawn, let alone him. Han Ju's consciousness faded again. He came to a hall. This hall was extremely vast and dark. It was as spectacular as the great ultimate hall. The heavenly emperor knelt in front of a mat. There was no one on it. It was very strange. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. An ancient voice sounded, the heavenly Tao's immeasurable calamity is a minor calamity. The great Tao's immeasurable calamity is the major calamity. The heavenly court is supported by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is the most impartial. The heavenly court cannot reign alone, and the immortals cannot control all living beings. This is the trial of the immortals. The heavenly court's hope is not in the next immeasurable calamity but the following one. The heavenly emperor was deep in thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Is it me or others?" "Others. I hope that sage can enlighten me." "From the mortal world." "The mortal world," the heavenly emperor muttered to himself as if he had thought of something. The scene shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes. It was indeed the sage's words. The heavenly emperor was not only good to him, but also to the divine general who had also been immortal. No wonder the heavenly emperor did not choose Long Hao. Han Ju didn't continue to check who that sage was. It wasn't good to know more. Han Ju had always been very wary of sages and didn't want to get involved easily. Continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation level increased steadily. During this period of time, he had been paying attention to the emails. He was surprised to find that after Zhu Tu faked his death, the heavenly court did not suffer any crazy attacks. Instead, it entered a peaceful state. He had asked the heavenly emperor and learned that the heavenly court had already begun to take over the divine palace's territory. Zhu Tu's escape had instead helped the heavenly emperor. Han Ju couldn't judge. He felt that something big was about to happen. From the looks of it, the heavenly court was about to unite the immortal world. He was afraid that the heavenly court's allies would betray them. Although Han Ju was worried, it was useless. He could only control himself and cultivate in peace. Until this day. Han Ju was cursed again. The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. Indeed, the calamity is far from over. Han Ju cursed silently and started to deduce who was cursing him. In a dark cave abode, Han Ju saw a white-robed man holding a simple book and cursing. This white-robed man was extremely ugly. He was Greedy Lord, the person who would disguise himself as Han Ju in the future according to the derivation. Chapter 371 Cursing him to death, changing providence. Chapter 371 Cursing him to death, changing providence. Is this kid finally unable to take it anymore? Han Ju cursed silently. The more he looked at Greedy Lord, the more he disliked him. This fellow had actually become like him in the future. It was simply unforgivable. Han Ju had to kill him. Now, this kid came knocking on his door. Under Han Ju's gaze, Greedy Lord kept muttering strange incantations. The power of the curse kept attacking Han Ju. Very weak. Han Ju felt that it was almost impossible for him to even catch a cold from the curse. Soon, the scene shattered and Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He was secretly puzzled. The current Greedy Lord didn't even have any hatred towards him. Why did he curse him? Could it be that it was like Xue Mingyi who directly cursed the entire heavenly court? That shouldn't be the case. How could this fellow be so capable? Unknowingly, the sixth mystic divine origin was also a weakling in Han Ju's eyes. He wondered if he should derive the reason. Forget it. In any case, the future had already changed. The heavenly emperor could still live until the end of the calamity. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to care why Greedy Lord cursed him. I'll give him 10 billion years first. Han Ju didn't curse immediately but waited for the curse to end. After about 5 minutes, Greedy Lord stopped cursing him. Han Ju continued to wait. 10 years later. Han Ju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune directly, then started to curse Greedy Lord. After all, curses were sustainable. If he reversed the curse when Greedy Lord cursed him, he might very well tell immortal Emperor Samsara that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord, causing his identity to be exposed. Han Ju knew his limits. The hatred of the Dark Forbidden Lord was too great. He was undoubtedly the number one in the immortal world. 5 days later. The latest _episodes are on _the Light Novel World. Com website. Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. He cursed with all his might. How could a mere 6 mystic divine origin block the curse containing 10 billion years of lifespan? In the dark cave abode, Greedy Lord's body twisted violently as if there were energies running rampant. His expression was extremely ugly. He began to bleed from his 7 apertures and his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, who cursed me? Greedy Lord was furious. The first people he thought of were not Han Ju, but Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang. Recently, he had been following these two and had secretly killed many of their enemies. It was naturally possible to offend powerful enemies. Greedy Lord was furious. It was all Immortal Emperor Samsara's fault for not treating him as a human. He always made him do these dirty and tiring types of work. At this moment, the curse power became stronger and stronger. Greedy Lord couldn't be bothered with anger and was filled with fear. He tried his best to resist the curse power. Several hours later. Boom! His body exploded into pools of blood. His soul trembled and was still circulating his energy to resist. He couldn't hold on much longer. Greedy Lord suddenly looked up and rushed out of the cave abode. Outside the cave was a magnificent mountain range. He flew into the sky and traversed millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye, quickly arriving in front of a lake. Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang were meditating by the lake. Sensing his aura, they stood up and prepared to fight. Tell Immortal Emperor Samsara. Someone cursed me. Just as Greedy Lord finished speaking, his soul couldn't withstand the explosion of his divine origin. His body and soul were destroyed. Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang were stunned. They were baffled. They didn't know him. The two of them looked at each other. Ji Xianxian sighed. It's the Dark Forbidden Lord again. This person is really pitiful. Fang Liang's expression was solemn. He clearly felt that Greedy Lord was not simple. He was at least at the deity realm. A mighty deity realm cultivator was actually cursed to death. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. How strong was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Fang Liang said seriously, let's not talk about this. The Dark Forbidden Lord is very powerful. If we tell him, he will probably target us. Hearing this, Ji Xianxian couldn't help but shiver. The fates of the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, Zhu Tu, and Greedy Lord were still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to be targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord. He nodded and decided to hide it. Inside the Khanate cave abode. Han Ju's lifespan had already decreased by 4 billion years when he suddenly felt the power of the curse vanish. It was as if he had lost his target. Could it be that Greedy Lord was dead? Han Ju couldn't see the notification from the email and couldn't help but ask. Greedy Lord has been destroyed in body and soul. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and put away the book of misfortune in satisfaction. According to the plot of an ordinary novel, Greedy Lord was definitely a potential enemy of the protagonist. Unfortunately, he encountered a protagonist like Han Ju. I won't give you a chance to develop or show off. I'll strangle you to death. Without Greedy Lord, what would Tai Sutian do? Han Ju started to adjust his state and checked the recent emails. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your Dao companion Xing Hongxian has learned a mystical power and comprehended the heavenly Dao. Your good friend Han Ming received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has become a person facing the calamity. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has obtained the providence of the Jia school and had his providence increase greatly. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the Divine Palace's Immortal Emperor, X-134, your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by the Master of the Immeasurable Calamity and was severely injured. Your disciple Long Hao has received the inheritance of your enemy Li Xian'eo. His sword Dao has increased greatly. The heavenly emperor had become someone facing the calamity. Han Ju only frowned slightly and was not surprised. It would be strange if he was not someone facing the calamity. However, the number of people who could face the calamity was indeed strange. For a weakling like Zhou Fan to become one, could it be that there was a sage plotting behind the scene? Visit Light Novel World.com. For the best novel_reading experience. Han Ju felt that it was very likely. The heavenly Tao was impartial, so there must be a reason why it was biased now. Looking down, why was Pan Xian this old fellow attacked again? It shouldn't be in the 9 nether purgatory. Otherwise, it was impossible for Han Li to not sense it. There was also Li Xian'eo. He actually took the opportunity to guide Long Hao. What was he doing? Han Ju smelled a conspiracy. The heavenly emperor had said that Long Hao had betrayed him. The thoughts of the two disciples were unfathomable. Han Ju continued reading. The heavenly court was still peaceful. Only a few immortals were attacked, and even curses were rare. Several months later, Liu Bei finally returned. Han Ju moved him into the Khanate cave abode. Liu Bei looked unscathed. Why did you take so long? Han Ju frowned and asked. He almost thought that Liu Bei was dead. Liu Bei said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do about the delay in the heavenly court. I heard from the immortal god who sent the pills that there's a drastic change in the heavenly court." Change? Han Ju was puzzled. Didn't the heavenly court not start a war? What other changes were there? He accepted the Dao pills and let Liu Bei out. Han Ju put the bottle aside and took out the heavenly Dao token to contact the heavenly emperor. However, the heavenly emperor did not answer. What happened? Han Ju panicked. He checked his interpersonal relationships and saw that the heavenly emperor's portrait was still there. Let's wait and see. Han Ju forcefully suppressed his worry. 5 years later, Han Ju contacted the heavenly emperor again. This time, the heavenly emperor quickly contacted him with his divine sense. Before he could speak, the heavenly emperor suddenly said, "Don't contact me anymore." Han Ju's heart tightened when he heard that. He asked carefully, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. Khan the heavenly emperor sighed and said faintly, "A sage has tampered with the providence of the heavenly court and me. My fate is already in chaos. You can't be involved in my karma anymore. Otherwise, if the calamity descends, you will be implicated no matter where you hide." A sage had attacked the heavenly emperor. Han Ju was surprised. Wasn't this against the rules? A sage had attacked the heavenly emperor. Han Ju was surprised. Wasn't this against the rules? Wait. The Dao ancestor who bound the sages had already vanished. So what if they crossed the line now? Han Ju asked, "Your Majesty, don't you have the support of a sage?" The heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. The heavenly court is backed by the heavenly Dao. The other sages won't touch it, afraid that they will be affected by the heavenly Dao's karma. Nonsense. I saw you plotting with a sage. Han Ju ridiculed him in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. He asked, "How's our situation? Has he still not returned?" "Humph, don't mention him. He has already become an enemy of the heavenly court." "Why? What happened?" "Don't ask about these things. I'll be ashamed if I tell you." "Fine." The heavenly emperor had said so, so Han Ju didn't ask further. The two of them ended the contact after a few words. Han Ju clearly realized that something big had happened in the heavenly court. However, since the heavenly emperor was unwilling to say it, he did not ask. After putting down the heavenly Dao token, Han Ju looked at the Dao pills. He opened the bottle and took out a Tao pill to consume. To be able to help a deity realm cultivator cultivate, it had to be said that the human school was truly impressive. It was said that alchemy originated from the human school. No wonder the two disciples of the human school were so strong. With medicinal pills and resources, their cultivation levels were naturally not low. Of course, the human school's teachings were powerful, to begin with. After the Tao pill entered his body, it directly transformed into boundless connate qi that flowed wantonly in his body and transformed into divine origin dermic powers. It was very effective. Han Ju was a little surprised. He originally thought that this pill didn't have much effect and was useless. He didn't expect him to underestimate the human school's foundation. Several days later, after Han Ju consumed this Tao pill, it was better than decades of bitter cultivation. He continued to consume it. 2 months later. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju finished consuming all the Tao pills. His cultivation had already reached the critical point and was about to break through to the three mystic divine origin. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was extremely grateful to the Heavenly Emperor. Such a divine pill was a priceless treasure. The Heavenly Emperor had actually given him 10 Tao pills at once. Next, he could prepare to break through. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor and Li Daokong were alone. Li Daokong smiled and asked, "Have you distributed the 20 Tao pills?" The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "Yes, thank the sect master for me." Li Daokong shook his head and smiled. "Now that the sages have entered the calamity, the human school has to support you. I heard from my master that the great Tao calamity might arrive after several calamities. There isn't much time for the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly court can win the calamity, you can cross the deity realm of the ruins of End and head to the ancient desolate. You can make preparations early." The Heavenly Emperor's smile vanished as he asked, "What do you think of your junior's recent actions?" His eyes narrowed with killing intent. Li Daokong didn't seem to sense his killing intent as he said, "He only has himself to blame. If he wants to stop the heavenly court, I will personally suppress him. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about him. He just wants to go against me. There's no conspiracy." The Heavenly Emperor was deep in thought. Li Daokong continued, "Zhu Tu isn't dead. I caught a hint of him and planned to hunt him down." The Heavenly Emperor replied, "Don't do this for the time being. Zhu Tu escaped by abandoning everything, so he's not a threat. Now that the Divine Palace has collapsed, the Heavenly Court needs to annex them and the Demon Court before making preparations." Li Daokong nodded. Dilantian of the Golden Crow Divine Clan has been restless recently. He wants to raise the banner of the ancient Heavenly Court and absorb the ancient races. "You will represent the Heavenly Court to deal with them," the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Li Daokong immediately agreed. 7 years later. Han Ju successfully broke through to the three mystic divine origin. His divine origin dermic powers soared as he basked in the sublimating comfort. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 5132/239 quadrillion 999,999,999,999,999, race, primordial fiend celestial, cultivation, 3 mystic divine origin, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. This breakthrough doubled his lifespan. Not only did it make up for his losses, but the total also increased greatly. Han Ju looked at his lifespan and felt a sense of achievement. It was all thanks to the Heavenly Emperor that he had saved a period of bitter cultivation. Otherwise, he would have to wait for at least another 200 years. Han Ju continued to consolidate his cultivation. 3 years later, his cultivation level had completely stabilized. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse Zhu Tuesday. Since this fellow only had a trace of his remnant soul left, he might as well curse him to death to prevent unnecessary trouble. There would definitely be new enemies in the future. Han Ju didn't want to be tied down by the fallen enemies. No matter how cunning you are, I'll kill you. Han Ju injected his divine origin dermic powers into the Book of Misfortune and cursed with all his might. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. This time, Han Ju was determined to kill Zhu Tuesday. 1 billion years of lifespan. 2 billion years of lifespan. 5 billion years of lifespan. 8 billion years of lifespan. Niwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately thought of something. Perhaps it was related to Zhu Tuesday. Could it be that Zhu Tu looked for a sage to help him? Since sages couldn't spy on the Tao field, they could only use this method. The Heavenly Emperor had used it before. Han Ju hesitated. Should he accept it? If he accepted it, would he be exposed? Originally, sages couldn't spy on the Tao field. If he entered the dream world, would she find an opportunity? Wait. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Platform. What am I afraid of? I have Empress Hudu behind me. If Zhu Tu survived, he would definitely continue to find trouble with him in the future. It was impossible to resolve it. Han Ju gritted his teeth and continued cursing. This fellow had to die. Niwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Niwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Niwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Such notifications kept appearing in front of Han Ju. He pretended not to see them. Finally, when Han Ju's lifespan was deducted to 10 billion years, his curse suddenly ended. He asked in his heart, is Zhu Tu dead? Zhu Tu's body and soul have been destroyed. He is dead. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He felt more at ease now. It was worth mentioning that Niwa did not hate him. It seemed that Niwa didn't realize that the Dark Forbidden Lord was Han Ju. She had only used some mystical power to trace the curse. If Han Ju agreed just now, wouldn't it reveal that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more glad he was. He was almost frightened by the sage. The Book of Misfortune might be deduced by a sage, but with the Tao field, it was very difficult for a sage to deduce it. In the future, the curse can only be done in the Tao field. I can't bring the Book of Misfortune out. Han Ju thought silently, and his eyes became firm. Although his cultivation level was constantly increasing, he still had to tread on thin ice from now on, and he could not be careless. Several months later, Han Ju suddenly felt Empress Hudu's aura. It was obvious that she was deliberately emitting it and waiting for him to see her. Therefore, Han Ju spread his divine sense and quickly arrived in front of her. Empress Hudu's body was filled with a blinding light. Her true appearance could not be seen. Empress, what's the matter? Han Ju asked. He suddenly thought of something and felt his blood run cold. Empress Hudu couldn't see through the Tao field either, but knowing Han Ju's existence, could it be that only his Tao field could not be seen through by the sages in the entire immortal world? Try the light novel world. Platform _for the most advanced reading experience. Through this point, if they deduced. Recently, a faction has targeted the 9 Nether Purgatory. I specially came to remind you. Recently, a faction has targeted the 9 Nether Purgatory. I specially came to remind you. Han Ju was puzzled. Could it be that someone wanted to avoid calamity like him? He asked, does Empress know their background? Empress Huda said, I don't. That's why I'm reminding you. Recently, the heavenly secrets have been in chaos. It's suspected that a sage has taken action. The calamity will become even more complicated. Hanju asked in surprise, aren't you a sage too? Which sage did it? Who said I'm a sage? I'm only relying on reincarnation to be undying and indestructible. I can't compare to a sage in terms of Tao fruit. Hanju knew that this was bad. He had overestimated his backing. However, it's not that easy for a sage to target me. Empress Hutu changed the topic, her tone filled with confidence. Hanju asked, is there a place or Dharma treasure in this world that can avoid the prying of a sage? Of course. There are some danger zones like the 9 Nether Purgatory and the Dark Forbidden Zone that even sages can't directly spy on. Sages can only spy on the heavenly Tao. There are also heavenly Tao supreme treasures that can resist the prying of sages. In short, although sages are omnipotent, they can't act recklessly. Empress Hutu's answer made Hanju heave a sigh of relief. That was good. If only his Tao field could not be spied on by the sages would definitely know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could he continue? Empress Hutu teased, do you also have a heavenly Tao supreme treasure? I can't even deduce where the nether race is. Hanju laughed dryly, tacitly agreeing. This was the only way. He not only had a heavenly Tao supreme treasure. It seemed that the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had an even stronger function. Hanju said, Empress, don't worry. I'll protect the nether race. Empress Hutu said, actually, as long as you hide well, you shouldn't be discovered. I'll hide well. Empress Hutu dissipated into smoke, and countless stars scattered. Hanju retracted his divine sense. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. He controlled Hidden Sect Island to move and change locations to avoid being exposed. 2 hours later. Hanju asked in his heart, I want to know if anyone knows that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord. Including the sages. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? His lifespan would also be deducted from his own karmic derivation. Could it be that it involved a sage? Hanju silently chose to continue. If he didn't ask clearly, it would be difficult for him to cultivate in peace. No, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the response. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Hanju had been cursing in the Tao field. While the enemies of the curse were becoming stronger, the Tao field was also increasing. When he started to threaten the sages' pawns, he had already entered the 9 Nether Purgatory. The sages couldn't predict it. Before this, the sages had no reason to be calculative. Perhaps they knew that he was different, but they didn't associate him with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju was relieved, and his mood became good again. He had to be more careful in the future. Hanju began to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. In half a year, he raised them all to the limit of the deity realm, but he couldn't touch the Zenith Heaven realm. If he wanted to reach the Zenith Heaven realm, he had to defeat Li Dao Kong, who was at the end of the Sword Tao River. This fellow was unreasonably strong. In the simulation trial, Hanju could already fight against a 6 mystic divine origin. However, when facing Li Dao Kong, even if he couldn't break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, he would still find it difficult to defeat him. The difference in strength between the two disciples of the human school was extremely great. Hanju even suspected that the sect master was afraid that Li Dao Kong would be too arrogant, so he arranged for Li Xian'ao, this junior, to restrain him. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience with Li Xian'ao around. Li Dao Kong shouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, Li Dao Kong was capable of severing karma. After upgrading his Sword Tao mystical power, Hanju began to consider other aspects. Apart from being the descendant of an immortal emperor, he also had 3 connate providences. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. Han Ju felt that he could develop the providences of charm and movement techniques. Unparalleled movement technique, as the name implied, could raise one's movement technique mystical power. This was easy to comprehend. Unparalleled could also be developed. His inspiration came from Empress Hudu. Han Ju discovered that he easily gained a favorable impression of Empress Hudu. This meant that she was extremely charming. No matter how she cultivated, this was the truth. Thinking about it carefully, she was the only one who survived in the Magus race. Other than karma and reincarnation, there had to be another reason. If Han Ju could make his charm reach the extreme and make anyone have a favorable impression of him, wouldn't he be invincible? Han Ju realized that he had discovered a strange idea. The Great Tao of Charm. 5 years later, Han Ju raised the Great Traversal Divine Shadow to the maximum level he could reach. Great Traversal Divine Shadow, in battle, it can elevate speed and reaction. It can split into divine shadows and confuse the opponent. It can also directly travel through the myriad worlds. It's extremely powerful. He could already split into 1,000 divine shadows. The aura was completely identical to his main body. He could easily confuse his opponent in battle. Han Ju tested it in the simulation trial. With the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, he was already invincible among the deity realm. New_chapters are published on Light Novel World. If he didn't use the Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, no one below the 6 mystic divine origin would be his match. Even if he battled one, he could still forcefully hold on for a period of time. Han Ju's goal was to try not to use the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus to prevent the Zenith Heaven sages from spying on him. Of course, if he could insta-kill the enemy, he could still use it. As long as he moved quickly, he would not be discovered. After becoming stronger, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies while checking his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by disciples of the Chan school, X480, your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by demons, X422103, your grand disciple Fang Liang used a mystical power. His soul traveled to the primordial era. Your disciple Long Hao established the Providence sect. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has obtained the ancient heavenly emperor's inheritance. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has stepped into the deity realm. Your good friend Tai Sutian has gone through the mortal world and become someone facing calamity. Your Dao companion Xing Hongxian has obtained the providence of the human emperor. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, X204 Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. They all looked amazing. This kid, Fang Liang, had transcended into the primordial era for the second time. What was he doing? If not for his favorability towards him not decreasing, Han Ju would have treated him as a potential enemy. Long Hao actually established a sect and indeed wanted to go against the heavenly court. Hao Tian was really impressive. He actually succeeded in brainwashing him. The heavenly emperor really wanted to support the divine general as the next heavenly emperor. This treatment was directly raised to the deity realm. Han Ju was extremely envious. And Tai Sutian. No wonder she had descended into the mortal world. It was to wash away karma so that she could enter the calamity. Niuhua had planned well. Han Ju's eyes became gentle when he saw Xing Hongshuan's actions. He wondered how this girl had been doing recently. For more_novel, visit Light Novel World. Wait. From the looks of it, could it be that this woman had become someone facing the calamity? Han Ju's expression changed. Chapter 374 Jia School enters the Nine Nether, Demon Race's Heavenly Court. Chapter 374 Jia School enters the Nine Nether, Demon Race's Heavenly Court. I want to know if Xing Hongxian will die in this calamity. Han Ju cursed as he asked in his mind. Xing Hongxian was the first cultivator Han Ju knew. Apart from Elder Iron, she often gave Han Ju resources in the beginning. He had always remembered this favor. Even if a better woman than Xing Hongxian appeared in the future, her status in Han Ju's heart would not change. 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It was only 10 million. This woman was really cheap. 3 words appeared in front of Han Ju. She will die. Han Ju knew that this was bad. He continued to ask, who will kill her? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju felt dizzy. He came to the scene. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a glorious hall. Dressed in a dragon and phoenix golden robe, Xing Hongxian was sitting on a dragon throne. After reincarnation, she was even more beautiful. Her brows were cold and sharp, and she had the domineering aura of an emperor. Her black hair was tied into a bun, and her red lips and red eyes were like shadows. She stared at the entrance of the hall. A woman slowly walked in. Isn't this Dao Comprehension Sword? No. Tai Sutian. Tai Sutian wore a black robe and held a green jade sword. She entered the hall expressionlessly. Xing Hongxian asked, is this his intention? Tai Sutian said expressionlessly, you've already entered the calamity. He wants to sever karma now. Do you want to resist his will? Xing Hongxian frowned, her eyes filled with sorrow. She took a deep breath and her expression became determined. It's all thanks to him that I reached where I am today. If he wants me to die, I'll die. She closed her eyes. Go ahead. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. Tai Sutian raised her hand and waved her sword. Sword light flashed, and the scene in front of Han Ju shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He frowned. Tai Sutian pretended to be Dao Comprehension Sword and sent a fake message to kill Xing Hongxian. Damn it. Fortunately, he had checked in advance. Otherwise, such a melodramatic plot would have happened to him. No. He couldn't let this Tai Sutian live. Han Ju decided to add Tai Sutian to the curse list that happened once every 10 years. Looks like if I don't enter the calamity, it will also drown the people around me. Han Ju thought silently. He felt really stressed. Although he didn't transcend the calamity, he was fighting against the heavens. Perhaps this was the helplessness of an expert. Han Ju sighed and continued cursing. A month later, he finished cursing all his enemies and started cultivating. In the blink of an eye. 12 years passed. Time seemed to have stopped in the Nine Nether Purgatory as it finally welcomed turmoil. A huge hole was suddenly torn open in a dark area. Figures flew in one after another, and many of them held huge islands. The commotion was huge and extremely spectacular. Han Ju was alarmed. Not only him, but Diamond Rage, Jiang Yi, and the others also felt a huge aura coming. No one is allowed to leave this island. No one is allowed to spread their divine sense. Han Ju immediately instructed. He didn't dare to spy for fear of exposing his location. Who was it? Han Ju immediately asked in his heart. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Jia School, Jia School. Han Ju frowned. Read at Wuxia World. EU at the same time. In the void, Huang Zuantian followed beside Jing Tiangong and looked around curiously. Jing Tiangong held a red flag and emitted a light to block negative karma for all Jia School disciples. He praised, Zuantian, your plan is not bad. The 9 nether purgatory is indeed empty. Our Jie school should be able to stay here. Huang Zuantian said respectfully, Vice Sect Master is still the best. You have a supreme treasure that can isolate negative karma. Otherwise, my plan would have been for nothing. Jing Tiangong laughed. More and more Jie school disciples flew into the 9 nether purgatory. They didn't go too deep and began to put down the various islands. The elders scattered in all directions and began to cast array formations. Jing Tiangong suddenly asked, Zuantian, do you think Jie school can win against this calamity? Huang Zuantian replied, the Jie school is a sage sect. How can we not have a chance of winning? However, I feel that the next calamity will be more stable. Now that there's the mysterious and unknown Dark Forbidden Lord and the powerful Heavenly Court, the Jie school won't be able to enter the calamity. Jing Tiangong nodded and asked, what do you think of the Dark Forbidden Lord? Again. Huang Zuantian cursed silently. Everyone knew that Jing Tiangong worshipped the Dark Forbidden Lord and boasted to everyone. How would the sect master dare to let such a person be the vice sect master? Huang Zuantian couldn't figure it out and felt that the entire Jie school was not smart. The Dark Forbidden Lord has remarkable abilities. He killed many powerful figures while staying hidden. It can be said to be world-shattering. However, no one knows his intentions. The Jie school needs to face it cautiously, Huang Zuantian said seriously. Jing Tiangong smiled and said, do you think the Dark Forbidden Lord is also hidden in the 9 nether purgatory? Huang Zuantian's expression turned ugly. If the Dark Forbidden Lord was here, what would happen? He still wanted to cultivate properly. I hope not, Huang Zuantian forced a smile. Jing Tiangong smiled faintly and did not say anything else. He looked at the disciples. Things quickly calmed down. The Jie school disciples did not dare to wander around in the 9 nether purgatory. Their position was very far from the hidden sect island, so they did not disturb Hanju. Everyone from the hidden sect was very curious about who had arrived. However, Hanju strictly forbade them from spreading their divine sense. Thus, they could only discuss with each other. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. After confirming that the Jie school would not affect him, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Why do I have a bad feeling? Hanju frowned and thought, will more forces escape to the 9 nether purgatory to avoid the calamity in the future? Damn it! Weren't they afraid of negative karma? Hanju was helpless. He could only suppress his confusion and continue cultivating. Time passed. Year after year passed. To mortals, a year was a long time. To cultivators in seclusion, a year was very short. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Hanju stopped cultivating and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. The immortal world was very calm over this period. There were fewer battles and all sorts of opportunities. After Fang Liang's soul transmigrated, he did not seem to return. He didn't understand what he was doing. As long as it didn't affect Hanju, he couldn't be bothered to stop it. At this moment, an angry shout sounded. I'm Dilan Tian, the Golden Crow Divine Clan's leader. I wish to recruit the demons of the myriad worlds and revive the heavenly court of the demons. The heavenly court was created by the ancestor of our demons on Buzhou Sacred Mountain. The immortals took our name, killed us, and extinguished our souls. This hatred will never be resolved. Children of the demon race, I'm waiting for all of you to gather on the immortal world Sunday together, we will bring glory to the demons. Hanju was stunned. The Golden Crow Divine Clan wanted to create another heavenly court to fight against the heavenly court. What happened? Outside the cave. Everyone from the hidden sect looked at Jiang Yi with different expressions. Jiang Yi's expression was awkward as he muttered, how can the clan leader take it seriously? I've already said that it's a story, the Black Hell Demon Lord asked curiously, what story? The story that the heavenly court was actually established by the demons? Jiang Yi coughed and said, "Your sect master told me a story. I told it to my clansmen, everyone from the hidden sect. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform." Hearing Di Lantian's words, Han Ju wanted to contact the Heavenly Emperor, but when he thought of how the Heavenly Emperor had said not to contact him, he gave up. Hearing Di Lantian's words, Han Ju wanted to contact the Heavenly Emperor, but when he thought of how the Heavenly Emperor had said not to contact him, he gave up. How could he be so nosy? No. How could he be so concerned about the Heavenly Emperor? Han Ju didn't expect the collapsed demon court to rise again and even wanted to fight the heavenly court. Han Ju suddenly wanted to check the greatest winner of the calamity. Would it become the Golden Crow Divine Clan? Then, he shook his head. He felt that he couldn't easily scheme for the end of the calamity. It would only cause more chaos. He only needed to protect the people around him. Han Ju didn't plan to ask Jiang Yi, lest it made him seem overly concerned about the situation of the calamity. He couldn't be suspected of being the Dark Forbidden Lord. Once someone suspected him, the sages would follow these thoughts and think of him. It wasn't impossible for a sage to read the thoughts of all living beings. Time passed. About 20 years later, some of the deity realm experts of the Jie school began to wander the 9 nether purgatory. They even passed by the hidden sect island. Fortunately, the island was small and was not discovered. As long as they didn't find hidden sect island, Han Ju would pretend that they didn't exist. However, one thing was very annoying. When the mighty figure of the intercepting sect approached, Han Ju no longer dared to absorb the negative karma outside the island. On this day, Han Ju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Feng Liang's soul has returned to his body. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has stepped into the Emperor realm. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, X7820, your good friend Huang Zuntian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has activated the Divine Investiture Board and released the heavenly souls of the primordial immortal gods. Your disciple Long Hao has obtained the providence of the true dragon race. His cultivation has increased greatly. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Your good friend Tai Sutian has joined the demon race's heavenly court. Your good friend Dao Sovereign has awakened his chaotic physique and his bloodline has transformed. Your disciple Su Chi's divinity has increased. His bad luck has increased greatly. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters. It felt like everyone's story could write a novel in itself. The chaotic battle of protagonists. Han Ju suddenly started to look forward to what would happen when the calamity reached its peak. Chaotic battle of prodigies. The downfall of the gods. It's too dangerous. Although his talent was unparalleled, Han Ju felt if he entered the calamity, he would probably be unable to protect himself. Fortunately, he chose to avoid the calamity and cultivate. More than 100 people have become ones facing the calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and become a person facing the calamity. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. 2. Avoid the calamity temporarily and stay away from conflict. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. 100? So many. Han Ju was secretly shocked. He knew that it was such a coincidence. His good friends had become people facing calamity one after another. He didn't expect that only a small portion of his good friends would face the calamity. Han Ju seemed to see a group of mighty figures standing above the heavenly Tao, looking down on the myriad worlds. They used all living beings as a chessboard, and the people facing the calamity were their pawns. Every time a stone landed, the calamity would stir up a storm. Han Ju silently chose the second option. At this point, he gathered all 9 grand Tao fragments again. Han Ju fused the 9 great Tao fragments and started to comprehend the supreme Tao technique. He already had a cultivation technique. This time, he hoped to comprehend a mystical power. He thought of the Heavenly Emperor and Nuwa's dream entering mystical power. He also wanted this mystical power. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. It would make it easier for him to use his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was best not to be affected by karma and not be discovered by the sages. With a great Tao epiphany, he should be able to create a mystical power that surpassed a sage. With this thought, Han Ju's consciousness entered a mysterious state. Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor was holding a scroll in his hand and pondering when he suddenly looked up. Purple light appeared in the sky outside the hall, as beautiful as a painting. The Heavenly Emperor frowned and muttered, "Another mighty figure has appeared." Such a phenomenon could not be caused by an ordinary prodigy. Other than potential, one had to have a powerful cultivation level. Such a phenomenon seemed to have occurred 1,000 years ago. At this moment, a figure flew into the hall. It was the Divine General. The Divine General wore exquisite silver armor and a cloak that fluttered behind him like flames. The 2 phoenix wings on his crown fluttered without end. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the true dragon race has already declared that they will join Long Hao's dragon court. It's not only the true dragon race, but the sea demons have also joined the dragon court. Their power is rapidly rising." The Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. Dragon court. This kid is smart enough to rope in the dragon race. The Divine General asked, "Do you want to deal with it? We can take this opportunity to destroy it." "There's no need. It just so happens that the Heavenly Court is the sole dominant force. It's not a good thing. The Jie school has retreated. All of them have hidden in the 9 nether purgatory. The Chan school's attitude has also become subtle. The 2 sects of the Tao sect have their own ambitions. In any case, the Heavenly Court has already defeated the Divine Palace and the Demon Court. If they want to leave, so be it. I'm still afraid of helping them repay their karma." The Divine General nodded. The Heavenly Emperor asked, "Have you seen the past Heavenly Emperors?" The Divine General replied, "Yes, including Hao Tian." Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Who chose you? Dijuan. Oh. The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed slightly as his eyes flickered. The Divine General continued, "Dijuan taught me a mystical power and told me that this calamity will become the first game of chess for the sages. As long as the Heavenly Court is not destroyed, it will be considered a win." The Heavenly Emperor was deep in thought. Dijuan also said that Han Ju, who you brought along to listen to the Tao lecture, is a variable. He hopes you can grasp it well. After the Divine General said that, he also started thinking he had been thinking about this, too. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, "I already know. Next, cultivate Dijuan's mystical power well and strive to be as strong as the Heavenly God General. I trust you the most. Don't disappoint me." "I understand." The Divine General cupped his hands and bowed before leaving. The Heavenly Emperor looked up at the purple mist outside the hall and chuckled. "So be it. The more chaotic it is, the better. This is a good opportunity for me to calm down." At the same time, the various powers in the immortal world were alarmed by the Heavenly Tao phenomenon. Not only the immortal world, but all the worlds in the universe could also see it. Even those in the netherworld and the 9 nether purgatory. The Black Hell Demon Lord's gaze passed through the Tao field and looked at the purple mist above the 9 nether purgatory. He couldn't help but sigh. The calamity is the calamity. There are all sorts of influential figures. Jiang Yi said disdainfully, "Give me time and I'll become the strongest existence in the calamity." The Black Hell Chicken said angrily, "The previous generation's strongest has died. Do you also want to follow in his footsteps? You don't even seem to be able to defeat the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Jiang Yi's expression instantly turned ashen. This matter had always been a pain in his heart. Ever since the Black Hell Chicken learned of it, it had always used this matter to hurt him. It was too detestable. Murong Qi suddenly sighed. The immortal world is so chaotic. I wonder how Fang Liang is doing. At the mention of Fang Liang, the other disciples also sighed. They were all angry with Fang Liang for not coming back with Murong Qi. At the same time. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover_new novels. In the Khanate Cave abode, Han Ju was still comprehending the Supreme Tao technique. Under the sensing of the Great Tao, countless inspirations gathered in his mind and gradually formed the mystical power he wanted. It was complicated and mysterious, causing him to sink into it. Chapter 376 Dark Nightmare, Han Ju's Tao Title. Chapter 376 Dark Nightmare, Han Ju's Tao Title. After some time, Han Ju finally created the supreme Tao mystical power he wanted. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils turning purple. Let's call this mystical power the Dark Nightmare, Han Ju muttered to himself. He wanted to use this mystical power to become the nightmare of his enemies. As long as the Great Tao existed, Han Ju could use the Dark Nightmare to send dreams. At the same time, he could prevent the other party from deducing him and not be affected by karma. If the other party's cultivation level was far inferior to his, he could even kill enemies in the dream realm. This mystical power was a genuine Great Tao mystical power. As expected of a mystical power that was comprehended from the fusion of 9 Great Tao fragments. Being cautious, Han Ju asked in his heart, will the sages notice me using the Dark Nightmare? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why did asking about a mystical power also require lifespan? Han Ju cursed silently. He couldn't figure out the deduction pattern of the derivation function. Forget it, it's only been 1 billion years. Han Ju chose to continue. The heavenly Tao sage can't deduce it, but if you visit the dream of the great Tao sage, they can deduce it. If you visit the dream of living beings below the sage, no sage can deduce it. There were even great Tao sages. Could it be the transcendent Tao experts like Ancestor Shitian? Or the Tao ancestor? Han Ju didn't understand, but it was fine. He didn't plan to visit the sages, anyway. What was there to be afraid of? He couldn't be bothered to ask who the great Tao sages were. Although his lifespan was long, he couldn't act recklessly. He had to use it on killing enemies. Han Ju took a look at his lifespan and discovered that it took him 5 years to comprehend the great Tao mystical power. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Calm platform. He calmed down and began to think about who to test the waters with. Oh, right. The Jie school had entered the 9 nether purgatory. He could ask Jing Tiangong. After resting for a while, Han Ju started to use the Dark Nightmare. Jing Tiangong's appearance appeared in his mind, confirming that he was dreaming. Inside the Taoist temple, Jing Tiangong was meditating and cultivating. Unknowingly, his consciousness began to wander. He suddenly woke up and discovered that he had arrived at the top of a mountain. There were green mountains and rivers around him, and a cool breeze blew past. Jing Tiangong was surprised. What was this place? He subconsciously turned around and suddenly saw a black shadow, scaring him so much that he jumped into the sky. The black shadow was covered in black mist. One could only see its figure and a pair of purple eyes. It was strange and terrifying. Jing Tiangong asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The black shadow said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. This is just a dream." Han Ju especially changed his voice. It was different from his own voice. Dream? Jing Tiangong was shocked. What cultivation level was he at? How could he be dreaming? It must be the other party's mystical power. He forcefully pulled him into a dream. Jing Tiangong has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Han Ju didn't care and continued staring at him. Jing Tiangong wanted to attack, but he was horrified to find that he could not use his dermic powers. In the dark nightmare, unless his cultivation level surpassed Han Ju's, he would be suppressed by this great Tao mystical power and be unable to attack. This was the power of the great Tao mystical power. Jing Tiangong tried his best to calm down. He discovered that the other party had no intention of attacking, as if he wanted to talk to him. For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. Wait. Could he be? Jing Tiangong's eyes widened and his body began to tremble. The other party was pitch black and extremely mysterious. Who else could it be but the Dark Forbidden Lord? He asked carefully, "Are you the Dark?" Han Ju interrupted him and said, "What do you want?" He had to conquer the hearts of the people first. Jing Tiangong landed in front of him and knelt down. He said in a low voice, "I'm willing to serve the Dark Forbidden Lord. I'll offer you my life." Jing Tiangong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars, 5 stars straight away. What happened? Han Ju was stunned. Could it be that this fellow was also one of the Dark Forbidden Lord's believers? He carefully sized him up. His eyes were so fanatic that he almost seemed a little crazy. Han Ju asked, "What's the Jie school plotting?" Jing Tiangong replied without hesitation, "We just want to avoid the calamity, but I personally want to join you as a subordinate. In the current immortal world, other than the sages, you are the one who I admire the most. You stir up trouble in the dark and create chaos with a flip of your hand. The 4 overlords suffered 3 losses because of you. Such ability is stronger than the previous master of calamity." Han Ju asked, "How's your relationship with the heavenly court?" Jing Tiangong asked hesitantly, "I wonder if you, the heavenly court, has the providence of the heavenly Tao. I don't want to provoke them for the time being, but sooner or later, I will attack them," Han Ju said domineeringly. Jing Tiangong was secretly excited. As expected. He had always suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was not from the heavenly court. They were so weak. The cooperation between the Jie school and the heavenly court is just for the sake of our own needs. We helped the heavenly court, and the heavenly emperor released the soul of the Jie school experts that were suppressed in the divine investiture board. Now that we're even, we will no longer help the heavenly court, Jing Tiangong replied seriously. Han Ju decided to test him. "You've imitated me. You also have a cursed treasure. If you're me, who would you curse now?" Jing Tiangong fell into deep thought. After a long while, he looked up and said, "The netherworld. Ever since Zhu Tu died, the countless vengeful spirits that filled the immortal world have all hidden in the netherworld. They're being controlled by the King of Hell and the disciples of the Divine Palace. This power is too strong. If we don't balance it out, when the immortal heavenly court and the demon heavenly court are both weakened, it will definitely sweep through the myriad worlds. Alright, I'll leave this mission to you. From now on, you're my follower. Are you willing? Visit to Light Novel World. Discover _new novels. Hearing this, Jing Tiangong was first stunned, then he immediately rejoiced. He hurriedly agreed. Han Ju didn't ask any more and ended the mystical power. Jing Tiangong was stunned for a moment before he suddenly woke up. Discovering that he had returned to reality, he heaved a sigh of relief. He revealed a respectful expression and muttered, as expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord. His mystical power is impressive. Then, he became excited. Indeed, sincerity worked. From now on, he would join the Dark Forbidden Lord's camp. As long as he worked hard, He believed that the Dark Forbidden Lord would not mistreat him and promote the Jie school. Due to the failure of the calamity, the Jie school had already lost its great providence. Jing Tiangong had to find a backing for them to break through. The Dark Forbidden Lord was the most suitable candidate. Because the Dark Forbidden Lord was fearless. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju sighed. I didn't expect the Dark Forbidden Lord to have so many fans. He had never gone out. Why were there so many believers? It was probably because someone had ulterior motives and placed all sorts of blame on the Dark Forbidden Lord, causing him to become stronger and stronger in the rumors. With Dark Nightmare, Han Ju felt that he could properly use his Dark Forbidden Lord identity. It was a very famous and impressive name. Most people who attained the Tao would give up their original name and choose their Tao title. Han Ju felt that the Dark Forbidden Lord was not bad. It was better than reincarnation he had thought of earlier. When he became stronger, it was not impossible for him to truly take on the name of Dark Forbidden Lord. Try the light novel world. Com platform _for the most advanced reading experience. Chapter 377 Sage's Favor, Cultivation of the Supreme Buddha. Chapter 377 Sage's Favor, Cultivation of the Supreme Buddha. How powerful was his cultivation level to bear the great karma of the Dark Forbidden Lord? Han Ju thought for a moment. He probably had to become a sage. Otherwise, he would easily become a sage's pawn. Even the strongest of the calamities like Zhu Tu was a pawn of the sage, let alone him. If he admitted that he was the Dark Forbidden Master now, or when he was at the Zenith Heaven realm or the Pseudo-Sage realm, it would be difficult for him to escape. He would die. Han Ju perked up and started cultivating. Using the Dark Nightmare only consumed his divine origin dermic powers and divine sense. Han Ju didn't fight in the dream, so he was still in good condition and could cultivate directly. The great Tao mystical power was only a mystical power. Cultivation was the foundation. For example, Kong Xian of the Investiture of the Gods. His 5-colored divine lights could sweep anything and everything. It was extremely powerful. Even sages had lost face because of him. But so what? He lost in the end. Han Ju's goal was to reach the Zenith Heaven realm before this calamity ended. This was the lowest goal. The next calamity he would be at least a pseudo-sage before it. He would try his best to become a sage. Then, the next calamity would be his era. If he couldn't become a sage, he would wait for the next one. Han Ju had a long lifespan, so he had plenty of time to waste. 10 years later. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has obtained a heavenly Tao fiendish supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon immortal emperor, X3, your Tao companion Xian Qingjun received guidance from a mighty figure in her dreams. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong cursed the netherworld and his negative karma increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has received guidance from the sage and has learned a heavenly Tao mystical power. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mysterious mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Tai Sutian was attacked by your Tao companion Xing Hongxian. TSK. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. Heavenly Tao fiendish supreme treasure. Ji Xianchen was going to soar. Han Ju knew best how strong the heavenly Tao supreme treasure was. The word fiendish was probably not bad either. If this fellow survived the calamity, would he become the next heavenly emperor, demon emperor, or Zhu Tu? Han Ju noticed that Xian Qingjun had obtained the guidance of a mighty figure in her dream. There was definitely a conspiracy. He had to check it. Jing Tiangong also really followed Han Ju's orders. Tai Sutian is starting to approach Xing Hongxian. Han Ju cursed while he worried. Killing Tai Sutian directly would definitely offend Niuhua. Tai Sutian's target was Han Ju. It was impossible for Niuhua not to suspect him. No. He had to remind Xing Hongxian. Han Ju asked in his heart, I want to know why Tai Sutian approached her. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju felt dizzy. He opened his eyes again and came to a vast hall. The light was bright as Tai Sutian knelt in front of a statue. The statue was of a woman with a gentle face and a benevolent aura. This child is a variable. I hope that you can descend into the mortal world and wash away your karma. You can approach him and obtain his trust. The statue emitted a gentle voice. Sage, Niuhua. Tai Sutian asked curiously, why do you want to approach him? What's your goal? Niuhua replied, he might be the key for the humans and demons to resolve their hatred. The heavenly Tao leaves a path for a chance of survival. This chance might be him. Establish a good relationship with him so that I can interact with him in the future. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Recently, there have been more and more variables in the heavenly Tao. I can only choose one to bet. This child is cautious by nature and never takes the initiative to provoke trouble. His karma is very small. With his talent, he should have walked the path of a prodigy, but he didn't. This makes me think of the Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor? He's related to the Tao ancestor. Of course not. I just feel that he might embark on the Tao ancestor's path. Of course, it's just a possibility. Tai Sutian fell into deep thought. The scene shattered. Han Ju fell silent and the Book of Misfortune also stopped. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. What happened? Niuhua had asked Tai Sutian to approach him for good intentions. Then, why did she want to harm Xing Hongxian? Han Ju felt that he had to investigate thoroughly. He could kill enemies ruthlessly, but he couldn't turn goodwill into hatred. There might be another conspiracy. I want to know why Tai Sutian killed Xing Hongxian. Han Ju continued to use the derivation function. Deduction failed. She doesn't have any killing intent. Han Ju was stunned. No killing intent? Could it be that the future had changed again? Han Ju could only change the topic and ask, I want to know who taught Xian Qingjun in her dreams. 500 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A beautiful figure appeared in Han Ju's mind, and a line of words appeared. Empress Hudu, cultivation unknown, Lord of Reincarnation, so it was Empress Hudu. Was this good intention towards Han Ju, or did she have other plans? Han Ju continued to ask, does she have any ill intentions towards Xian Qingjun? No malice, this time, his lifespan was not deducted. It seemed that if there were two problems, his lifespan would not be deducted. Han Ju was relieved and cursed the enemy again. The calamity was really becoming more and more terrifying, causing Han Ju to be traumatized, afraid that the people around him would suffer. Han Ju thought of using Dark Nightmare to call Xing Hongxian and Xian Qingjun back, but by doing so, the two girls would learn that he had such a mystical power and it would plant the seed that might expose his identity. It was too dangerous, he couldn't take the risk. Another 20 years passed. Han Ju had just finished cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt a few auras. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. Another force came to the 9 nether purgatory. Han Ju was speechless. He immediately checked the surrounding enemies. Although the Tao field had been upgraded, the detection range could not cover the entire 9 nether purgatory. The new force was very far from the Tao field, and Han Ju couldn't detect it. So be it. Just don't disturb me. Hanju thought of this. Recently, the Jie school did not dare to move around. They might have encountered the primordial Yuan Phoenix or could not withstand the long erosion of negative karma. Hanju asked in his heart, who is it? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Divine Palace, it was them. Hanju raised his eyebrows, feeling uneasy. The reason why the Divine Palace was defeated was mainly that he cursed Zhu Tuesday. Although no one knew that it was him, he still felt uneasy. Furthermore, Murongqi had an irreconcilable grudge against the Divine Palace. No, he had to stay away from them. Hanju controlled Hidden Sect Island and rushed deeper. An hour later, he finally stopped. After warning the people of the Hidden Sect, he continued cultivating. The Hidden Sect competition, which happened once every 100 years, began again. Without Hanju participating, Diamond Rage occupied first place. Jiang Yi fought with the Black Hell Demon Lord and obtained a difficult victory. He was extremely proud. The Black Hell Demon Lord and Duan Hongchen were third and fourth. They were both very unhappy. The fifth was Li Yao, and the sixth was not Murongqi or Tu Linger, but Chu Shiren. The Supreme Buddha had started to rise. Li Yao looked at Chu Shiren with a complicated expression and asked, "Did you hold back?" The others also looked at him. Chu Shiren said calmly, "I'm only sparring with you using my cultivation in this life. I'm indeed inferior." The chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but ask, "That means you can still use your cultivation from your previous life?" Updated_ at Light Novel World. Calm Chu Shiren hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Chapter 378 Attack of the Vermilion Bird Race. Chapter 378 Attack of the Vermilion Bird Race. Upon hearing that Chu Shiren could use the power of his previous life, everyone was shocked, including Diamond Rage. The 5 great Buddhas of the Buddhist sect were all Zenith Heaven existences. Chu Shiren sensed everyone's gaze and said helplessly, "However, I'm already reincarnated. I can't completely use my previous life's cultivation. I have to cultivate from the start again. Otherwise, if I use my previous life's cultivation too many times, my soul won't be able to withstand it." "I see." Everyone was enlightened and felt better. If he didn't have to pay the price for reincarnation, that would be too ridiculous. After knowing that Chu Shiren had the cultivation of his previous life, the attitude of the people from the Hidden Sect towards him became even more subtle. Hanju also had some fear towards Chu Shiren, but his favorability towards him had reached 5 stars, so he would not betray him. Even if Chu Shiren attacked him, it was impossible for him to break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. With the addition of the Divine Palace, the 9 Nether Purgatory was no longer as silent as before. The Divine Palace and the Jie School often had conflicts. The sound of battle would occasionally reach the Hidden Sect Island. Hanju didn't care about all of this and cultivated in peace. Next, he had to break through to the 4 Mystic Divine Origin with all his might. After reaching the 4 Mystic Divine Origin, he wouldn't be far from the 6 Mystic Divine Origin. He would only be a step away from Zenith Heaven. Hanju liked to motivate himself and fill himself with fighting spirit. Time flew. Another 30 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved greatly, but something that gave him a headache also happened. After the Divine Palace, another force came to the 9 Nether Purgatory. Hanju spent 10 million years asking who it was and learned that it was an ancient race, the Vermilion Bird race. Hanju still missed the Vermilion Bird. He still remembered the pressure when he was frightened by a vermilion bird and did not dare to ascend. However, that vermilion bird had already perished, and it had even died in the hands of its own clansmen. This grudge could be considered settled. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju was most worried about whether the Nine Nether Purgatory would become the next battlefield. When the forces of the Nine Nether Purgatory increased, conflict would naturally erupt. Because the immortal world was filled with negative karma due to the tribulation, it was no different from the Nine Nether Purgatory in the future. Under such circumstances, hiding in the Nine Nether Purgatory was absolutely the best choice for many forces. Looks like I have to find another location. Han Ju thought silently. He couldn't go personally. He had to send Liu Bei to find it. Han Ju called Liu Bei into the cave abode and explained his intention. Liu Bei frowned. Although he hesitated, he still agreed. He wasn't against Han Ju's orders. He just inherited Han Ju's personality and was afraid of danger. Because of that, Han Ju believed that he could find the best hiding place. Han Ju taught Liu Bei the invocation technique. If he was in danger, he would save him. After learning the invocation technique, Liu Bei was relieved and left that day. Han Ju started cursing the enemy and checked his emails. Recently, Xing Hongxian and Xian Qingjun had been taught by a mighty figure. This made Han Ju feel that something was wrong. He thought for a moment and decided to give them a dream, as long as it was not the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Not only did his image have to change, but so did the scene. A month later, Han Ju first visited Xing Hongxian in his dreams. The two of them met in the dream. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised when she saw Han Ju. However, she still asked warily, "Husband, I have a fortuitous encounter for you. Do you want to try it?" Han Ju was speechless. New_chapters are published on Light Novel World. Calm, he snapped. No. Xing Hongxian immediately beamed and rushed up to hug Han Ju. In Han Ju's dream, Xing Hongxian could clearly feel his body temperature as if it was reality. "Are you coming back?" "I'm afraid that you'll die in the calamity," Han Ju said directly. Xing Hongxian was stunned. "I don't think so. I've obtained the providence of the human emperor now, so I can avoid the calamity." "How did you obtain it?" "The humans have gathered. The various sacred dynasties have chosen a prodigy to inherit the inheritance of the past human emperors. I was one of them. The humans are the protagonists of the heavenly Tao. No matter how the calamity evolves, humans will not die. Husband, don't worry. I won't die. I will also try my best to avoid the calamity." Xing Hongxian spoke very seriously, implying that she did not want to go back. Han Ju could also understand. Not everyone could cultivate as diligently as him. Opportunities were also important. "Then, you have to be careful. Even if I appear in the future and ask you to die, you can't trust it easily. No matter what, I won't take the initiative to ask you to die," Han Ju said seriously. Xing Hongxian understood. Could it be that someone wants to scheme against you? Who can guarantee that there won't be? Han Ju pretended to be casual. Since Xing Hongxian was unwilling to leave, so be it. However, she hugged Han Ju tightly. Xing Hongxian smirked. "Only you and I can sense this dream, right?" Han Ju felt that something was wrong. What did this girl want? Xing Hongxian pressed him to the ground and got to work. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. This dream lasted for a long time, but only half a day passed in reality. Before leaving, Han Ju told Xing Hongxian that if she met him next time, she should use the invocation technique first to avoid being deceived by the enemy. It was not cautious enough to just ask. Xing Hongxian agreed after hearing this. At the same time, she also realized how powerful the invocation technique was. She could actually summon her husband. If she had known earlier. Xing Hongxian was filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she could have used it a few times. Next, Han Ju visited Xian Qingjuan's dream. She also rejected him and said that she would be careful. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Calm. The two of them chatted in the dream for a long time. Xian Qingjun bragged about the Darkness sect and the Dark Forbidden Lord. She said that after the calamity ended, she would pave the way for him and invite him to join the sect. Han Ju could only reply verbally and was speechless. Did I cuckold myself? Cough. Xian Qingjun only admired the Dark Forbidden Lord. She had not changed her mind. Unlike Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun didn't do anything intimate with him. After ending the dream, Han Ju continued cultivating. In the eyes of many living beings, the calamity was like the end of the world, but in the eyes of even more living beings, it was a fortuitous encounter. This was especially true for those with mediocre potential. Although Han Ju felt regretful about Xing Hongxian and Xian Qingjun's decision, he was not angry. Everyone had their own goals. This was also good. Although it was safe to stay under Han Ju, they would be left further and further behind. Han Ju wanted to cultivate until his breakthrough, but there were always people disturbing him. 4 years later, a deity realm existence of the Vermilion bird race discovered Hidden Sect Island. He transformed into a human and his body burned with flames. He was like a fire god as he stared at Hidden Sect Island. Why is there a stone in the 9 nether purgatory? My divine sense can't see through it. Could there be a restriction inside? Is there a different world? The deity realm Vermilion bird thought silently. He raised his right hand and waved the flames. The flames landed on Hidden Sect Island and were dispersed by the array formation. He didn't believe it and prepared to continue attacking. Everyone on Hidden Sect Island could see the flames falling from the sky. As the array formation blocked them, they bloomed like fireworks. It was quite beautiful. Is this fellow courting death? The black hell chicken cursed. For some reason, it felt like it had seen the aura outside somewhere before. Try the light novel world. Com platform _ for the most advanced _ reading experience. Han Ju heard the commotion outside and couldn't take it anymore. He shouted with a voice transmission, "Get lost." Han Ju heard the commotion outside and couldn't take it anymore. He shouted with a voice transmission, "Get lost." The deity realm Vermilion bird was shocked. Who are you? Why are you hiding here? With that, he took out a flaming spear and prepared to continue attacking. Han Ju was speechless. Was this fellow a fool? He couldn't even break through the Dao Field's formation, yet he still dared to continue attacking. How did he cultivate to the deity realm? Since he was digging his own grave, Han Ju would not be polite. He immediately jumped out of the Dao Field. The primordial judgment sword appeared in his hand and he slashed with it. Unparalleled sword chi. Terrifying sword chi erupted and swept towards the deity realm Vermilion bird from all directions. The deity realm Vermilion bird was not frightened when he saw Han Ju appear. Instead, he waved his flaming spear. Divine origin dermic powers dissipated and formed a huge protective shield to resist the sword chi. Boom! The deity realm Vermilion bird's body was directly annihilated. He was only a second mystic divine origin. How could he withstand the attack of Han Ju's 3 mystic divine origin? He could fight evenly with the 6 mystic divine origin realm. Han Ju used the 5 elements divine light and directly swept away the other party's soul, putting it into the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He then jumped back into the Khanate cave abode. In the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, the deity realm Vermilion bird had just condensed its body when endless negative karma drowned it. Negative karma. How is this possible? The deity realm Vermilion bird was shocked and hurriedly resisted the negative karma. Unfortunately, it was useless. He wanted to jump out of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, but he was suppressed by Han Ju's great dermic powers. No, red flame Vermilion bird has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars, follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Han-Ju shook his head and laughed when he saw the line of words. This was really a death wish. Han-Ju controlled the hidden sect island and moved it away to prevent the vermilion bird race from discovering them. If they really came, it would be troublesome. However, Han-Ju believed that no one in the vermilion bird race could enter his Dao field. Under the Fusang tree, the black hell chicken asked curiously, "That fellow was killed by Master? How fast?" Diamond Rage laughed. "Of course. How powerful is Sect Master?" Although that vermilion bird was strong, it was only a vermilion bird. Murong-Chi nodded. The vermilion bird race doesn't have zenith heaven existences. Unknowingly, they had tacitly agreed that Han-Ju was at least at the zenith heaven realm. If not, how could he create all of this? Jiang Yi smiled disdainfully. The vermilion bird race is getting worse with each generation. They're far inferior to our Golden Crow Divine clan. Our Golden Crows feed on dragons. Divine beasts are our food. The Black Hell Demon Lord shook his head in disagreement. Race is actually a restriction. The Heavenly Emperor never calls himself a true dragon. The Demon Emperor also doesn't consider himself a member of the demon race. Bloodline relationships are sometimes a threat and a weakness, Chu Shiren suddenly said. His words made Jiang Yi and the Black Hell Demon Lord fall into deep thought. The three-headed WIRM King chuckled. That's right, that's right. The WIRM race has nothing to do with me. I call myself a member of the hidden sect. The others also followed him in expressing their loyalty, hoping that Han-Ju would hear it. At this moment, Han-Ju suddenly walked out of the cave abode. The moment they saw him, the others shut up and stood up. Unknowingly, Han-Ju had already established a strong prestige. Everyone didn't dare to joke anymore. Han-Ju waved his right hand and threw a huge corpse on the mountain. Try the Light Novel World. Com_for the most advanced_reading experience. Black Hell Chicken, Ada, Shao Air, Heavenly Dog, Three-Headed WIRM, go and eat, Han-Ju instructed. With that, the five of them rushed out. The Black Hell Demon Lord and the other 6 Black Hell Phoenixes were envious, but they didn't dare to speak. Jiang Yi swallowed and said, "Can I also?" "No." Han-Ju did not allow arguments. Everything depended on the order of seniority. Han-Ju wouldn't give up on the ones who followed him the earliest. Although Jiang Yi was strong, he had yet to make any contributions. Under such circumstances, if Han-Ju kept giving him benefits, the others would definitely be dissatisfied. Jiang Yi curled his lips. If he couldn't, so be it. Why was he so fierce? Considering that he couldn't defeat Han-Ju, he could only tolerate it. The 5 mythical beasts all transformed into their true forms and started eating the vermilion bird's corpse. If not for the fact that Han-Ju's dermic powers were still in the vermilion bird's body, the 5 of them would not have been able to tear it apart. Even if the deity realm expert was dead, its body was still extremely terrifying. Han-Ju watched them eat. The scene was cruel and shocking. Li Yao and Dao Comprehension Sword frowned. The 10,000 Nether race members also trembled in fear. Jiang Yi came to Han-Ju's side and said, "If anyone from the Golden Crow Divine clan comes to find trouble with you, you can tell them my name first. Don't kill them directly." He discovered that Han-Ju was really ruthless. He killed the enemy just like that. Of course, he was also such a person. However, he didn't want to see the Golden Crows become food for the 5 of them. Han-Ju smiled and said, "Of course. After all, that's also the race of Ada and Shao Air." Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. For more_novel, visit Light Novel World. Han-Ju waved at Chu Shiren. He hurriedly came over and bowed. "If the Buddhist sect also hides in the 9 Nether Purgatory, will you leave?" Han-Ju asked. Chu Shiren said without hesitation, no. I'm not part of the Buddhist sect, to begin with. Actually, the 5 great Buddhas had their own roots in the past. They were all suppressed by the Buddhist sect and have cultivated for countless years. After the older generation of Buddhas went into seclusion, they became the new Buddha ancestors. Han Ju asked curiously, in other words, the Buddhist sect also has sages? Of course, and more than one. However, after they became sages, they no longer cared about the Buddhist sect. A long time ago, 2 Buddhist sages interfered with the calamity and were suppressed by the Tao ancestor. From then on, the sages had nothing to do with the heavenly Tao immortal world and could not cross the line. Chu Shiren's answer made Han Ju secretly nervous. He had to be careful when facing the Buddhist sect in the future, lest he fail miserably. Several days later, the huge vermilion bird's corpse was completely eaten. The black hell chicken and the others were also stuffed. They all circulated their energy to digest it. Their auras increased at an extremely obvious speed. During the primordial era, before the Tao ancestor taught the Tao, all living beings devoured each other to become stronger. Therefore, it was also called the era of ferocious beasts. After digesting, come into my cave abode. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to the chaotic heavenly dog. Upon hearing that, the dog was pleasantly surprised. It knew that its master was finally going to nurture it. 5 years later, the chaotic heavenly dog carefully walked into his cave abode. Han Ju said, "Your eyes were dug out previously. Although your providence has recovered, it can't increase. I can reward you with the heavenly Tao merit to help you recover and even soar higher. However, from now on, you are not allowed to leave Hidden Sect Island unless I want to leave. Are you willing? If you sneak out in the future, I will kill you." Han Ju spoke very calmly, but his faint killing intent caused the temperature in the cave abode to decrease. The chaotic heavenly dog said excitedly, "I'm willing. Thank you, Master. From now on, without your orders, I will never go out again." It couldn't stand being at the bottom anymore. On the island, anyone could bully it. In the past, it was also a divine beast with high spirits. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover _new novels. Han Ju had always kept the heavenly Tao merit. Previously, Empress Hudu had given him a merit Dharma treasure, the immeasurable sword, but he felt that it was not very useful. It was inferior to the primordial judgment sword, so it was better to keep it for future use. Han Ju had always kept the heavenly Tao merit. Previously, Empress Hudu had given him a merit Dharma treasure, the immeasurable sword, but he felt that it was not very useful. It was inferior to the primordial judgment sword, so it was better to keep it for future use. This time, Han Ju suddenly noticed the chaotic heavenly dog. Ever since its eyes were dug out, the chaotic heavenly dog's temperament had changed drastically. It was silent and lost its sense of existence. Han Ju often forgot about it. Therefore, he had a sudden thought. He wanted to use the heavenly Tao merit to help the chaotic heavenly dog. Since it was a divine beast of providence, it was very difficult to escape the heavenly Tao. It was better to use the heavenly Tao merit on it. After the chaotic heavenly dog agreed, Han Ju pressed down on its head and sent the heavenly Tao merit into its body. The merit obtained from giving the nether race a name was extremely huge. Han Ju had also given the immeasurable sword a portion, but compared to all of it, it was still insignificant. The chaotic heavenly dog emitted a golden light that drowned it. Han Ju used his dermic powers to help it absorb it. Time passed. A year later. The chaotic heavenly dog was still absorbing the heavenly Tao merit, but it no longer needed Han Ju's help. Its dermic powers soared to the grand unity true immortal realm and continued to increase. The heavenly Tao merit was too strong. Han Ju let it stay in the cave abode to absorb it in case anything happened. He continued cultivating. The effect of the heavenly Tao merit is so strong. It's too fatal. The price must be high. This is the lure of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju thought of this and shook his head with a smile. The chaotic heavenly dog was not him. Even if the heavenly Tao sage was the limit, it was still very impressive. This dog had probably never thought of becoming a sage, anyway. 9 Nether Purgatory, Vermilion Bird Race. The Vermilion Bird Race gathered in a floating peak. There was a palace in one of the mountains. In the hall. "We still haven't found Elder Red Flame," a man in a red robe roared. He was the leader of the Vermilion Bird Race, Vermilion Bird Emperor. A transformed Vermilion Bird carefully replied, "I really can't find him. His aura has vanished into thin air and his life token is gone. I'm afraid. I heard that the primordial Yuan Phoenix is suppressed in the 9 Nether Purgatory. Could it be that Elder Red Flame?" The Vermilion Bird Emperor trembled in anger. The Red Flame Vermilion Bird was in existence at the deity realm. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. The number of deity realm mighty figures in the entire Vermilion Bird race could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them had consumed an immeasurable amount of resources to die just like that. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's heart bled. However, when he thought of the primordial Yuan Phoenix, he felt helpless. The primordial Yuan Phoenix was the ancestor of all birds. He had once unified all the heavenly Tao flying beasts. Facing such an undying existence, the Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. "Have you interacted with the primordial Yuan Phoenix?" the Vermilion Bird Emperor asked. "Yes, but I sensed his killing intent as soon as I approached. He doesn't want to be disturbed." The transformed Vermilion Bird was very helpless. Why was the 9 Nether Purgatory still not peaceful? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression darkened. What about the Jia school's attitude? The transformed Vermilion Bird replied, "They want to end the conflict. After all, they were originally here to avoid the calamity. They hope to be able to share an area with us and not disturb each other. It's best if we join forces to stop the other factions from entering the 9 Nether Purgatory." The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression softened. This was a good thing. He was also worried that other powers would rush over. As the forces of the 9 Nether Purgatory increased, the calamity would definitely spread over. "Help me contact Jing Tiangong. I want to talk to him personally." "Yes." Han Ju didn't know that the Vermilion Bird race thought that the primordial Yuan Phoenix had killed the Red Flame Vermilion Bird. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The current him had the right to look down on a deity realm mighty figure. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The chaotic heavenly dog had completely absorbed the heavenly Tao merit. Its providence had increased greatly and its cultivation level had soared to the late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. It was very excited. Han Ju didn't let it leave directly but taught it the 5 elements divine light. When it left the cave abode, it was high and mighty. Han Ju didn't stop it. He gave the disciples a signal to prevent them from slacking off. Indeed. The reborn chaotic heavenly dog shocked everyone. The Black Hell Chicken screamed, feeling that Han Ju was unfair. Why didn't he reward it with such a fortuitous encounter? With that, the chaotic heavenly dog was no longer at the bottom. It did not immediately challenge the others. Instead, it first cultivated the 5 elements divine light. After that, it would challenge them one by one in the simulation trial. It felt proud. On the other side, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. Calm all these years, his attention had been placed on the ones around him. He didn't know what the situation in the immortal world was. He opened the emails. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has left the immortal world. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has left the mortal world. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your good friend Zhang Guxing. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Long Hao has stepped into the heavenly Tao and comprehended the river of destiny. Your disciple Su Qi's bad luck has reached its limit. He has stepped into the emperor realm and his providence has transformed. So many curses. There were fewer emails of people being attacked, but there were more curses. Even Jing Tiangong was cursed. Could he be cursing Xuemingyi? The mysterious mighty figure who attacked Zhang Guxing was definitely Li Xian'ao. This fellow had been coveting the Sword Dao River. After Han Ju left, he naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity. Poor brother, he was beaten again after leaving the Divine Palace. Han Ju had no intention of helping him. Now, his relationship with Zhang Guxing was no longer as close as before. Ever since Han Ju rejected Zhang Guxing's opportunity, he clearly felt that Zhang Guxing was not that passionate towards him anymore, but his favorability didn't decrease. It was fine as long as Zhang Guxing did not die. Han Ju continued reading the emails. He checked his interpersonal relationships again and discovered that his friends' cultivation levels had all increased by a huge amount. It was truly ridiculous. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. A month later. After Han Ju cursed all the enemies, he started to hesitate. Should I calculate the outcome of the calamity? Han Ju thought silently. He hadn't calculated it for a long time. In the past few years, the immortal world seemed to have entered a period of explosive development. More and more factions appeared. He needed to know who might be his enemy. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. Dijuan wants to enter your dream. Do you accept? Dijuan? Han Ju showed a frown. Although Dijuan had a favorable impression of him, it was too low and not worth the risk. Han Ju didn't reject or accept it. Instead, he waited for the notification to disappear. In that case, Dijuan might think that he was tied down by something and could not accept the dream. Several days later. Dijuan was here again. Dijuan wants to enter your dream. Do you accept? Han Ju was still indifferent. Since Dijuan couldn't spy on the Dao field, he might as well pretend not to know. Even if Dijuan didn't want to harm him, he would still cause trouble. After that, every 5 or 6 days, Dijuan would ask to visit him in his dreams. Han Ju didn't reply. Follow current novel on Light Novel World. This situation lasted for 2 years. Dijuan had asked to visit him in his dreams hundreds of times. Chapter 381 Dijuan's plot, Li Yao obtains the inheritance. Chapter 381 Dijuan's plot, Li Yao obtains the inheritance. After Dijuan stopped, Han Ju couldn't calm down. Why was this fellow looking for him? Han Ju had to use the derivation function to deduce. I want to know why Dijuan is looking for me. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So many. This exceeded the cost of asking the outcome of the calamity. Han Ju gritted his teeth and silently chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the scene. This was a dark space. Boundless chaotic chi churned like clouds. A figure stood above the clouds. Beside him was a shadow that looked like a candle flame. It was Dijuan. Dijuan looked different from what Han Ju had imagined. His temperament was not oppressive, and he even looked gentle. He seemed to be thinking about something. He was silent and in a daze. The candlelight shadow suddenly spoke, "The other sages have already made their move, why aren't you moving?" Dijuan said calmly, "Why should I move? I'm immortal. Even if the great Tao calamity comes, I'm not afraid. But if all the living beings who believe in you are gone, your cultivation will also be affected. Will the other sages really not plot against you? The words of the candlelight made Dijuan frown. After a while, Dijuan said, previously, I found the heavenly court's divine general. Isn't that enough? Not enough, because he's from the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor himself is a pawn. Then, I have another candidate. Dijuan smiled and started to pinch his fingers with his right hand. He used a mystical power. Before long, his expression darkened. He continued to pinch his fingers. The source of this _chapter, Light Novel World. Calm. The scene shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. Dijuan wanted to use him as a pawn. Fortunately, he did not accept the dream. This fellow's hand actually still reached into the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor was truly troubled internally and externally. Han Ju stopped thinking. It was fine as long as Dijuan did not affect him. At the moment, Han Ju didn't have the right to offend a sage. If he could avoid provoking him, he would try his best not to provoke him. Even if he had to provoke him, he couldn't let the other party discover him. After understanding the reason, Han Ju stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Ever since the chaotic heavenly dog became stronger, the other hidden sect disciples had been stimulated. They cultivated diligently, including Chu Shiren. This was a good thing. Due to the protection of the Tao field, they would relax every once in a while. 7 years later, Li Yao came to visit Han Ju. She rarely took the initiative to look for Han Ju, which surprised him. After entering the cave abode, she knelt in front of Han Ju and said seriously, Sect Master, I want to become stronger. I want to be as strong as you. Please teach me your Tao technique. I won't betray the hidden sect in the future. Her cultivation level had already reached the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, but she was still far from the Emperor realm. In other words, her cultivation level had already reached the limit and could no longer increase. Han Ju said, You want a cultivation technique? Li Yao nodded and looked at him uneasily. Han Ju said, All right. Li Yao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars, Han Ju was satisfied. It seemed that Li Yao was sincere in seeking Tao. Doesn't this favorability allow me to do whatever I want? Han Ju said, In that case, I'll teach you our cultivation technique. This Tao is called the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. You can't reveal it to a third person, including the others from the hidden sect. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. Pleasantly surprised, Li Yao hurriedly promised. Anyone would be excited by such a different treatment. Han Ju taught Li Yao the Emperor chapter of the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. It was enough for her to cultivate to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. If the hidden sect wanted to become stronger, they had to nurture their own disciples. Han Li couldn't always rely on recruiting experts to make himself famous. He couldn't completely trust the Black Hell Demon Lord, Diamond Rage, Duan Hongqian, and Jiang Yi. It was only because they had their own origins. But Li Yao was different. She had long severed her past and no longer had any karma. Li Yao began to comprehend the memories of the cultivation technique. Han Ju didn't disturb her and continued cultivating. After 5 years, Li Yao finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Han Ju's handsome and perfect face. Under the light of the supreme treasure, he was like a god that no one dared to profane. Li Yao was shocked. What a profound Tao technique. Compared to the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, her previous cultivation technique was the same as the martial arts manuals in the mortal world. It was worlds apart. She bit her lips and said, Thank you, Sect Master. I've already comprehended the Tao technique. What does Sect Master need me to do? Han Ju didn't even open his eyes as he said, Go out and cultivate. Reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Li Yao nodded and left. She felt a little awkward. She had thought that this time, she would lose. She also liked Han Ju. Which woman didn't like a man like him? She seemed to be thinking too much. Han Ju didn't have such thoughts. For a time, Han Ju's image in Li Yao's heart became holy and mighty. Han Ju understood her thoughts, but he didn't care. He wasn't immortal. How could the joy of the body be compared to the transformation of his soul? Of course, if Li Yao was as proactive as Xing Hongxian, Han Ju wouldn't have rejected her. Lust was not something he would actively seek. Han Ju had a lot of expectations for Li Yao. She was the first person to receive his true inheritance. The reason why he taught her was not only because of her talent but also because of her personality. Li Yao was too similar to him. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm after walking out of the cave abode, Li Yao was surrounded by everyone. Why did Master look for you? After staying for so long, you must have inherited something. When will it be my turn? Don't tell me you want to eat your master. That must be the case. I've seen other women do the same. Be quiet. Don't let Grandmaster hear you. You're joking. Perhaps the sect master can hear your inner thoughts. What's the use of keeping your voice down? Facing everyone's questions, Li Yao said calmly, I asked for guidance on the sword Dao. I'm about to become stronger. To the 4 immortal emperors here, good luck to you. The Black Hell Demon Lord, Jiang Yi, Diamond Rage, and Duan Hongqian were all shocked. This woman is about to reach the Emperor realm. Even Jiang Yi felt the pressure. Li Yao's talent was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, she was willing to cultivate. Usually, she was the only one cultivating and could not be bothered to chat with others. Cultivate well. I will nurture you according to your performance. The hidden sect is only hidden, not lazy or complacent. Han Ju's voice floated out and frightened everyone. At the same time, hope rose in their hearts. They also wanted to become stronger. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Recently, the Heavenly Court had welcomed another war and was surrounded by many factions. Han Ju couldn't help but worry for the Heavenly Emperor. Especially Long Hao, Han Ju felt that it was difficult. He wanted to kill Hao Tian, but he was afraid of harming the Heavenly Emperor. I hope you won't act recklessly. Otherwise, for your father's sake, I'll have to kill you. Han Ju sighed in his heart, and his eyes became firm. There was no perfect plan in the world. Han Ju only needed to follow his heart. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly felt that someone was using the invocation technique. He couldn't help but become nervous. Could it be Long Hao? For more _novel, visit Light Novel World. Com trick him over and mess with him. I want to know who's summoning me. I want to know who's summoning me. Han Ju thought as a black vortex appeared behind him. After this ended, he had to upgrade the invocation technique so that he did not have to deduce it every time. 10,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 10,000 years was simply looking down on him. A name appeared in front of Han Ju. Xing Hongxian, this woman. Han Ju was speechless and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not Long Hao. After hesitating for a moment, he still stepped into the black vortex. The next second, Han Ju passed through the black vortex and came to a magnificent palace. All kinds of paintings and jade artifacts were arranged. A refreshing fragrance filled the hall. Han Ju saw Xing Hongxian sitting in front of the table, which was covered in fine wine and food. Han Ju couldn't help but remain silent. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "Husband, come and sit." Sit for what? I taught you the mystical power, and this is how you use it. Oh, come on. Xing Hongxian took the initiative to walk over and pulled him over. Han Ju was helpless. This was a treacherous plot. After sitting down, the two of them exchanged drinks. The atmosphere gradually changed. In less than 5 minutes, Han Ju's robe was removed. A month later, a male voice came from outside the palace. Saintus, an immortal emperor is preaching in the holy city today. I have an invitation. Do you want to go? Xing Hongxian sat on Han Ju's lap and replied, No, I'm in seclusion recently. Read at Wuxia World. EU, this immortal emperor is not simple, no means no. Alright, continue cultivating. If you come out of seclusion, you can look for me anytime. After the man outside the hall left, Han Ju asked, Who is he? This palace had a special restriction. The people outside couldn't sense anything inside. Xing Hongxian said disdainfully, In my husband's words, an ugly frog who wants to eat swan meat. Ignore him. Let's continue. Oh. You've not had enough. It's not enough, it's never enough. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. If not for him reaching the deity realm and closing the invocation technique, he would have had to cross the heavens and fly back to the 9 nether purgatory. Now, he could directly open the way back. He had the 6 paths insignia in the Khanate cave abode and could find the spatial node. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. This woman always treated him differently. After a few months, he could finally relax. Han Ju began to study the invocation technique. 2 years later. With his comprehension ability at the deity realm, Han Ju raised the invocation technique's level. From now on, he could feel who was summoning him. He had already warned Xing Hongxian not to summon him whenever she was free. After her pestering, Han Ju allowed her to summon him once every 100 years. After raising his cultivation level to the deity realm, Han Ju felt that he could use the dark nightmare again. This time, he wanted to visit Xue Mingyi in his dreams. When Xue Mingyi left the 9 nether purgatory, it happened to be near Hidden Sect Island. Han Ju copied his data and knew his face, which made it convenient for him to make the other party dream. After a while, he had succeeded. Han Ju forcefully created a dream realm for Xue Mingyi and pulled him into it. This was a dark world filled with volcanoes. Han Ju transformed into the Dark Forbidden Lord, ghastly and terrifying. The most up-to-date novels are published _here Light Novel World. Calm after Xue Mingyi opened his eyes, he was frightened when he saw Han Ju. However, he immediately seemed to realize something and asked carefully, Are you the Dark Forbidden Lord? Xue Mingyi could sense that he could directly jump out of the dream realm, but the other party could forcefully drag him inside, which meant that the other party was stronger than him. The strength of the dream realm could only mean that the other party was expressing goodwill. This image. The first name that appeared in Xue Mingyi's mind was Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju asked calmly, Do you feel comfortable using my name? When Xue Mingyi heard that, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He knelt down in fear and cupped his fists. Senior, the Darkness Sect and I really respect you and are willing to serve you. Han Ju asked, You have the Azura race. Why do you want to serve me? Xue Mingyi said in shame, To be honest, the Azura race is inherited from the Blood Sea Azura of the ancient era. We're a race that the heavenly Tao doesn't like. I've been looking for a chance to break through. I hope you can allow us to serve you. From now on, the Azura race will be at your disposal. Our expectations are not high. We only hope that you can protect us. Han Ju said, Your Azura race has survived until now. Don't you have a way to deal with the calamity? Xue Mingyi smiled bitterly. We have, but we're born with negative karma. The heavenly Tao is suppressing us more and more. You're secretly manipulating the calamity because you fear the heavenly Tao. We're on the same path. Han Ju was silent and didn't reply. Xue Mingyi's heart skipped a beat. Had he said something wrong? Han Ju stared at Xue Mingyi quietly. His strange purple eyes made the latter feel weak, and he hurriedly lowered his head. The world fell silent. After a long while, when Xue Mingyi was about to collapse, Han Ju said faintly, "I heard that you worked with the Heavenly Court." "Actually, I'm not related to the Heavenly Court. The reason why I don't curse them is that they are an important pawn of mine." Xue Mingyi looked up at Han Ju in surprise. To destroy an overlord, one must first make them arrogant. Xue Mingyi was enlightened. He asked carefully, "Is your final goal to destroy the Heavenly Court? Or to reshuffle the Heavenly Tao forces?" Han Ju said, "For myself." For himself. Xue Mingyi immediately let his imagination run wild. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover_new novels. This answer was also the easiest to believe. If not for him, what benefits would there be in controlling the calamity? Does he want to become a sage? Xue Mingyi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars, Han Ju said, continue to help the Heavenly Court. Now that a sage has interfered in the calamity, the true Colossus has yet to surface. You can attach yourself to the Heavenly Court and protect yourself first. Wait and see. A sage was interfering? Xue Mingyi's eyes widened as he broke out in cold sweat. He thought of those ancient legends. Any calamity that sages participated in would destroy the world. Even the immortal world would find it difficult to protect itself. Xue Mingyi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars, Xue Mingyi said respectfully, this subordinate understands. His attitude changed quickly. Han Ju waved his hand and the dream shattered. Xue Mingyi returned to reality and sighed as he recalled everything. Was this the Dark Forbidden Lord? It was indeed unfathomable. In the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju wondered if there was anyone else he could use. Apart from Xue Mingyi, he didn't know who else worshipped the Dark Forbidden Lord. Forget it. That's all for now. Han Ju perked up and continued cultivating. Recently, because of Xing Hongxian, he had lost a lot of cultivation time. He had to make up for it. Han Ju's absorption speed of negative karma had been steadily increasing. He wasn't far from the 4 mystic divine origin now. At least, he could see signs of it. Time flew. 30 years later. Liu Bei returned faster than Han Ju had expected. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm Liu Bei smiled and said, "Master, I've found the place you're looking for. It's even better than the 9 nether purgatory." Where? Han Ju asked. Where? Han Ju asked. It had only been a few decades. Han Ju seriously doubted that Liu Bei was looking for a place in the netherworld. Liu Bei replied, "I discovered a mysterious barrier entrance in the netherworld. Inside is an absolutely dark space. You can't see anything and can't use your divine sense to probe. After entering, all your senses will be useless. If we move Hidden Sect Island there, it will definitely be a good place." He was very excited. In any case, he felt that this place was very suitable. Absolute darkness. Could it be the Dark Forbidden Zone? Han Ju frowned and thought. He had never been to the Dark Forbidden Zone, but he had seen it in the emails. If the Dark Forbidden Zone was paired with the Dark Forbidden Lord, wouldn't that be a perfect match? No. If even Han Ju felt that it was a perfect match, the others would definitely think so too. That's all for now. I'll look for you when I need to change locations. Han Ju nodded. Liu Bei nodded and bowed before leaving. After he left, Han Ju sighed. It was indeed impossible to rely on this fellow to find a place to hide. Too cowardly. Han Ju finally understood how others felt about him. It was maddening. Han Ju was a little uneasy that he couldn't find something that satisfied him. He could only use the derivation function. He was afraid that the outcome would make him even more anxious. Try. I want to know where I will be after this calamity ends. Han Ju thought silently. The moment this question came out, he felt very smart. He couldn't find a place now, but he would definitely find it in the future. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 billion years. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better user experience. Why so much? Han Ju frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Continue. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then, he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had arrived under the Fusang tree. Everyone from the hidden sect was gathered around him. He glanced around. Everyone was here. Even Xing Hongxian and Su Qi had returned. However, their expressions were very grave. Han Ju saw himself floating above the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. He was standing on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He turned and looked around. He discovered that there were terrifying giant shadows at the end of the island. They were densely packed and surrounded the entire island. What happened? Dark Forbidden Lord, let's see where you can hide. Even if we can't break through your formation, you can forget about leaving. A domineering roar followed by rampant laughter. It's indeed here. As expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he's hiding in the 9 Nether Purgatory. So the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't that strong. I guess this island is a supreme treasure, that's why we can't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord. Who is he? Who cares? The Dark Forbidden Lord caused the deaths of so many living beings. He has to pay with blood. Han Ju was shocked. After the calamity ended, he was still in the 9 Nether Purgatory and had his identity exposed. Han Ju felt uneasy. He looked up. High in the sky, the future Han Ju seemed to sense something and looked down at him. Their eyes met, and, with a boom, Han Ju's consciousness suffered an inexplicable impact. His consciousness returned to reality. Warning, do not interact with your past or future selves. Otherwise, karma will be chaotic and the heavenly Tao will not tolerate it. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He frowned. The most up-to-date novels are published _here of Light Novel World. The future Han Ju could see him. Impossible. Even sages couldn't see him. How could the future him do it? Was it a coincidence? Han Ju was confused. Most importantly, his identity had been exposed in the future. No. He had to find the reason. I want to know my identity will be exposed in the future. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's eyes were firm. Next, he did not enter the illusion. Words appeared in front of him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yen, cultivation unknown. Chaotic Fiend Celestial, immeasurable Emperor, the former Heavenly Emperor. After the failure of the immeasurable calamity, he hid in the river of destiny and comprehended the great Tao of destiny. He saw through karma and fate. After learning of the existence of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he has been observing the heavens, wanting to find him. At the same time, the portrait was displayed. This person had an extremely dignified appearance and 3 eyes. His gaze was sharp. Jade Emperor Zhou Yen. Who was this fellow? Han Ju had never heard of him before. The words Chaotic Fiend Celestial were too eye-catching. Legend had it that in the chaotic era, there was no heavenly Tao yet. In the chaotic era, there were 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials. The giant god Pangu who created the heavenly Tao was one of the chaotic fiend celestials. He killed other chaotic fiend celestials and transformed into the heavenly Tao. He was eternal and indestructible. After the heavenly Tao appeared, the remaining chaotic fiend celestials couldn't enter the heavenly Tao. How did this guy get in? He was even the heavenly emperor. Being targeted by such an existence, Han Ju couldn't help but feel a little weak. Most importantly, this person had always been comprehending karma and fate. Could he predict Han Ju in the future? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more uneasy he became. No, he had to think of a way to kill this fellow. Han Ju didn't want to be surrounded by countless experts. Wait. Could this fellow be a sage? Han Ju frowned even harder. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. I want to know if there are any subordinates of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan among the people I know. Han Ju thought silently. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, figures appeared in Han Ju's mind. Immortal Emperor Samsara, Heavenly God General, Hao Tian, Marshal Shenpeng, King of Hell, the Master of the Divine Palace. So many. Han Ju almost went limp. There were too many forces involved. Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, and even the underworld. Among them, he had the most number of friends in the Heavenly Court. 12 of them were the subordinates of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Most importantly, Immortal Emperor Samsara, King of Hell, and the Master of the Divine Palace. Why were they together? The Master of the Divine Palace was a mighty figure who had been replaced by Zhu Tuesday. After Zhu Tu died, he never appeared again. However, Han Ju had a deep impression of him, and he had seen him before in the Great Ultimate Hall. Han Ju suddenly thought of the vengeful spirits in the netherworld that Zhu Tu released from the 9 nether purgatory. Could this be the reason? Han Ju had a headache. The heavenly Tao was too dangerous. Before this, Han Ju didn't know about the existence of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan at all. He didn't expect such a huge net to envelop the entire world. This was a big shot. He was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu had followed Nuwa. Perhaps even until his death, he did not know that the Master of the Divine Palace he supported was actually a pawn of another mighty figure. Han Ju hesitated. What should he do when facing such a huge force? The best way was to stop cursing and avoid the calamity in peace. That way, it would not attract Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's attention. But if that was the case, what should the Heavenly Emperor do? Also, if Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, Su Qi, Fang Liang, and the others encountered a conspiracy, would he be unable to help? There had to be a way. For example, upgrading the Book of Misfortune. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. As long as the Book of Misfortune continued to become stronger, reaching a level that even Jade Emperor Zhou Yan could not even predict, it should be fine. Unfortunately, Heavenly Tao Spirit Stones were not easily obtained. Han Ju touched his chin and tried to think of a way to deal with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He felt an unprecedented pressure, even greater than when facing a sage. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too mysterious and had such a huge network of connections. It was extremely terrifying. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was powerful. He had many experts under him and was stronger than the 4 overlords in the immortal world. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was powerful. He had many experts under him and was stronger than the 4 overlords in the immortal world. He couldn't offend such a person rashly. At the very least, he could not curse him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was definitely stronger than Zenith Heaven and might even be a sage. Such an existence could not be cursed to death. It would attract his attention in advance. I have to think of a way to let him be exposed. Such an existence will definitely cause panic among the people. I don't believe that all the forces in the immortal world are his henchmen. Han Ju thought like this. If it was true, he could only run. At most, he would run to the dark forbidden zone. If I can't win, why can't I escape? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more relaxed he became. Nothing in the world was difficult as long as one was willing to give up. There were no powerful enemies in the world as long as one knew how to hide. Han Ju perked up and continued cultivating. He would be surrounded only after the calamity ended. Currently, there was no sign of the calamity ending. Year after year passed. The Nine Nether Purgatory regained its silence. The Vermilion Bird race and the Jia school seemed to have reached a peaceful agreement and no longer fought. What Han Ju was worried about didn't happen. No third force entered the Nine Nether Purgatory. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. From the emails, there was another bloodbath in the immortal world. Han Ju's friends kept decreasing and had not increased for many years. The recent new friends were Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. At this rate, Han Ju would be unable to spy on the situation in the immortal world sooner or later. However, there was no choice. It was not suitable to make friends during the calamity. Han Ju was getting closer and closer to the four mystic divine origin. He would probably break through in another 50 years. This content is taken from Light Novel World. It was mainly because the negative karma in the Nine Nether Purgatory was too dense and endless. No matter how fast Han Ju absorbed negative karma, he could absorb it as much as he wanted. Although the negative karma absorbed every day was extremely huge, Han Ju felt that he didn't affect the Nine Nether Purgatory at all. On this day, Han Ju was cultivating. With a terrifying boom, he opened his eyes in shock. He wasn't the only one. Everyone from the hidden sect was shocked and stood up. Above the Nine Nether Purgatory, a huge red hole appeared in the darkness. A terrifying figure slowly descended. It was a 30 kilometers tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. He wore savage bone armor and a huge pillar that held up the sky floated behind him. It was even larger than his body. He opened his eyes and smiled in horror towards a certain direction. He raised his right hand, and the huge pillar behind him flew to his palm. Break! The 10,000-foot figure roared angrily. He waved his right hand and the towering pillar attacked, stirring up a dragon wave. A terrifying impact swept towards the surroundings, and boundless negative karma surged violently. The hidden sect island was also shaken by the impact. Fortunately, the spatial array formation in the Dao field was stable. They couldn't sense the island's trembling when inside. Han Ju was surprised. Who was that? Because the distance was too far, he couldn't detect the other party's cultivation and identity. That direction seemed to be targeting the primordial Yuan Phoenix. Han Ju didn't care too much. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. It was fine as long as it did not affect him. He sent a voice transmission to everyone from the hidden sect, telling them to calm down. Soon, the pressure of battle came. Han Ju secretly controlled Hidden Sect Island to leave the direction of the battle. The battle lasted for several days. After the battle ended, Han Ju checked the emails. Your good friend Primordial Yuan Phoenix was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Gasp! To be able to injure an existence like the Primordial Yuan Phoenix, how strong was that fellow? Was this the hidden side of the world? There were countless people like Han Ju hiding in the dark. Spatial array formation. Which fellow Daoist is on the island? A surprised voice suddenly sounded and entered Hidden Sect Island. Han Ju was shocked and hurriedly checked the surrounding enemies. Jiang Dugu, cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, connate human race, his cultivation level was unknown. He was at least Zenith Heaven. Han Ju knew that he couldn't hide, so he said, I'm a nobody. I hope that you won't disturb me. With all the disciples watching, he couldn't lower his stance. Besides, the Dao Field's array formation was already at the Zenith Heaven realm. Ordinary Zenith Heaven cultivators couldn't barge in. Even if they could, there was still Lubu, a peak Zenith Heaven. Jiang Dugu's voice sounded, I'm just curious. I naturally won't disturb your Dao field. May I know your name? You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju said, Xing Daorong. Xing Daorong. Where are you from? I'm Jiang Dugu of the human race. I'm currently in the human school, staying away from the calamity. I'm from the Great Wei Divine Dynasty, a mortal world hidden in the dark. It's not worth mentioning. Are you avoiding the calamity? I've never heard of you, which means that you've never entered the calamity. Why don't you fight? I cultivate for myself. People fight for providence to defeat others, that is not my Tao. Ha ha ha, not bad. I won't disturb you anymore. Jiang Dugu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1. 5 stars, Jiang Dugu's aura disappeared, and Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately checked the other party's information. Jiang Dugu, cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, Connate human race, the first batch of Connate humans created by Sage Nuwa. He once obtained great providence in the immeasurable calamity. He is now one of the ancestors of the human race and is currently cultivating in the human school. Because of your rare cultivation attitude, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars, Han Ju showed a frown. Human school. It turned out that Li Daokong and Li Xianao were not the only ones in the human school. There were also Connate humans hidden among them. The current humans were not considered Connate humans. They were only considered postnatal humans. Connate humans were the creation of sages and were extremely talented. The reason why the human race could prosper today was not only because of the favor of the sages but also because of the relentless efforts of the Connate human race. After the battle of blood and tears, they had obtained the status of the protagonists of the heavenly Tao. Because of this identity, they were under the heavenly Tao's protection. Killing humans was considered a sin while saving humans was a form of kindness and merit. How many Connate humans like Jiang Dugu were there in the human race? Han Ju hesitated. Everyone from the hidden sect was also communicating. Jiang Dugu is a pseudo-sage. His seniority is extremely high. Duan Hongqian sighed. Although he was only an immortal emperor, he had lived for a long time and knew countless names. Jiang Yi said angrily, What Xing Daorong? Back then, he even lied to me that his name was Sima Yi. I'm so angry. The Black Hell Chicken asked curiously, Your surnames are both Jiang. Is there a story? Jiang Yi nodded and said, My mother's ancestor was once saved by the human Jiang family and was raised. Therefore, she has the surname Jiang. Speaking of which, I'm also a descendant of Jiang Dugu, but our relationship is too far apart. He definitely won't acknowledge me, and I don't want to either. The Black Hell Demon Lord asked curiously, Is Jiang Dugu stronger than Zhu Tu? Updated _at Light Novel World. The system created Zhu Tu, who had not spoken, said, He is. No matter how strong Zhu Tu is, he's still tied down by the immeasurable calamity. Jiang Dugu has once won the providence of the calamity for the human race and has often heard the sage of the human school preach. Compared to that, Zhu Tu's status is too shallow. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. There were really many mighty figures hidden in the immortal world. Ever since he had Jiang Dugu as a good friend, Han Ju's emails became lively. Ever since he had Jiang Dugu as a good friend, Han Ju's emails became lively. This fellow was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure every year and would occasionally be cursed. However, he was fine and had been wandering around. He was so reckless but actually admired Han Ju's philosophy. Han Ju felt that it was ridiculous. After meeting Jiang Dugu, Han Ju felt that the Nine Nether Purgatory was becoming less and less safe. However, this place was suitable for him to cultivate. He could still stay here. He would definitely escape when he reached the 6 mystic divine origin. Time passed. 27 years passed. On this day, Han Ju was cultivating when he suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, why do I feel uneasy? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 billion years. Something was wrong. Han Ju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. He entered the illusion. Numerous flaming figures were gathered in a hall that burned with flames, looking at a terrifying 3-legged golden crow. Even if this 3-legged golden crow was lying down, it was still tens of thousands of feet tall. There was a huge golden bell above its head. The 3-legged golden crow muttered a mysterious incantation. The golden bell trembled slightly as strange words visible to the naked eye appeared and revolved around it. Ancestor, please send your divine power to my golden crow divine clan to suppress all living beings. The 3-legged golden crow began to repeat these words. Its voice grew louder and louder, echoing in the hall. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. What was this? The chaotic bell? In some novels, it was mentioned that the golden crow ancestor, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, wielded the chaotic bell which was also known as the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, in the legends, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had other identities of all kinds. The only thing that could be certain was that he was definitely an ancient deity. Heavy panting sounded from the golden bell. It was terrifying. The scene shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He didn't expect that after the Divine Palace and the Demon Court collapsed, more factions would rise. As this calamity continued, why were there more and more people? Han Ju was secretly glad that he didn't stay in the immortal world. It was really chaotic. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Calm at this moment. Han Ju felt the Heavenly Emperor's divine sense coming from the Heavenly Tao token. The Heavenly Emperor asked him not to contact him. Why was he taking the initiative to contact him now? It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor also sensed that the Golden Crow divine clan was about to cause trouble. Han Ju connected his divine sense and the Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded, "You have to be careful of your Golden Crows. Delantian of the Golden Crow divine clan is preparing to summon the primordial Golden Crow. At that time, the bloodline power of the Golden Crows will resonate and go berserk." There's such a method? Han Ju said, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty." Will the Golden Crow divine clan target the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Emperor's tone was a little solemn. Yes. After all, they established the demon race's Heavenly Court and have to eradicate us. There can only be one Heavenly Court in the world, but I'm not afraid. The immortal Heavenly Court has existed for longer than the demon Heavenly Court. What haven't we experienced? Han Ju was relieved. Although the Heavenly Emperor was suspected to be bragging, it was fine as long as he didn't lose his confidence. Your Majesty, do you know about Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Han Ju pretended to ask casually. Yes, he's the third emperor of the Heavenly Court. Why are you asking about him? Nothing. I just heard Di Taibai mention Jade Emperor Zhou Yan before. He's extremely respected. Now that Hao Tian has appeared, will Jade Emperor Zhou Yan make a comeback? Don't worry. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has a good relationship with me. I was able to ascend because of his support. An ally? Han Ju was stunned. He originally thought that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was a mysterious mastermind hiding in the dark. He didn't expect him to be the backing of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. He's very powerful. It's precisely because he's here that the Heavenly Court can be eternal. I see. I'm relieved. After ending the conversation, Han Ju frowned. Immortal Emperor Samsara and the Heavenly Emperor were both subordinates of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, but Immortal Emperor Samsara and the Heavenly Emperor were plotting against each other. Infighting? Feeling that it was ridiculous, Han Ju started to use the derivation function. Are Immortal Emperor Samsara and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan united? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. Not for the time being. I see. Immortal Emperor Samsara was a traitor. Han Ju continued to derive. Does Jade Emperor Zhou Yan have any intention of harming the Heavenly Emperor? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's heart bled. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan would deduce his whereabouts in the future, it was fine as long as he could protect the Heavenly Emperor. This way, Han Ju could enter seclusion without any worries. But something was wrong. In the previous derivations, the Heavenly Emperor had died a few times, which meant that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had not helped. Or did Jade Emperor Zhou Yan also die? Since Han Ju couldn't figure it out, he could only put this matter aside for the time being. Continue cultivating. I'll break through first. Han Ju's eyes became firm. 15 years later. Han Ju welcomed the opportunity to break through. He began to tackle the 4 mystic divine origin. 4 years later. He had successfully broken through. For mystic divine origin. Han Ju's divine origin dermic powers began to increase as his essence transformed and became even stronger. As he consolidated his cultivation, he opened his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 5410/439 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, cultivation, for mystic divine origin, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, visit to light novel world. Discover _new novels. There was hope of reaching the zenith heaven realm before 10,000 years. Han Ju thought in satisfaction. Of course, this was only his wish. Perhaps the zenith heaven realm required a long period of accumulation. 3 years later. Han Ju's cultivation had completely stabilized. He wanted to celebrate, but he suddenly discovered that no enemy was worth cursing. Li Xian'eo had been harassed by him, while Li Daokong was very passionate towards him. He was also embarrassed to harm Li Daokong. What if Li Xian'eo died and Li Daokong died too? Hao Tian could be cursed to death, but now that he was sharing his body with Long Hao, it was not good to curse. He had also found out that Tai Sutian had no ill intentions towards him for the time being. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too strong. He couldn't alert him. Immortal Emperor Samsara still had a good impression of him. Han Ju was too embarrassed to kill him. The other enemies had low hatred points. They were at most unhappy or disgusted with him. Sigh. Why do I suddenly feel a little empty? Han Ju couldn't help but miss the heavenly Tao Buddha, the Demon Emperor, and Zhu Tuesday. He might be a masochist. But this was good. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Forget it, I'll continue cultivating. Han Ju checked the emails while cultivating. Your disciple Su Qi has become an immortal emperor of misfortune. He is invulnerable to all techniques and his body has transformed into karma. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has obtained the war god inheritance. He has stepped into the emperor realm and become an immortal emperor of supremacy. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jie school disciples, X16, your good friend Xue Mingyi was attacked by a human mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a deity realm demon, X8, your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhou Fan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Su Qi and Ji Xianchen were both immortal emperors. Han Ju sighed. Not long ago, an immortal emperor was far beyond his reach. Now, even his disciple had become one. Su Qi and Ji Xianchen were both immortal emperors. Han Ju sighed. Not long ago, an immortal emperor was far beyond his reach. Now, even his disciple had become one. Was this the passage of time? As he read, not many emails attracted Han Ju's attention. He was most interested in when Li Dao Kong would be severely injured. Facing the attack of the pseudo-sage Jiang Dugu, he was not severely injured. Perhaps the disciples of the human school were sparring. Li Dao Kong wanted to take me in as his disciple so much, but I actually wanted to see him crippled. Han Ju was secretly ashamed and felt that his thinking was not right. Currently, the immortal world was filled with all sorts of people. The various forces were interconnected and no one could see who could win the providence of the calamity for the time being. After reading the emails, Han Ju called the 8 brothers out. Han 1 and Han 7 were both Earth immortal gourd spirits. Han 8's potential was even more outstanding. He was a chaotic gourd spirit. The 8 brothers had been cultivating in seclusion on Hidden Sect Island, but their cultivation time was shorter. They couldn't enter the top 10 in the Hidden Sect competition, including Han 8. Han Ju wanted to guide them. After all, they were surnamed Han and were equivalent to his sons. The 8 brothers of the Han family were very nervous. Han Ju hadn't seen them alone for a long time. What mystical power do you want to learn? Han Ju asked. Now, he had dozens of mystical powers and more spells. This was still the case when he was too lazy to create them himself. It was enough for him to teach the disciples. Han 8 was the first to speak. I want to learn the strongest mystical power. As soon as he finished speaking, Han 1 glared at him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. The other brothers became nervous, afraid that they would anger Han Ju. Han Ju was expressionless and laughed in his heart. The most up-to-date novels are published _here of Light Novel World. It seemed that the 100-year competition had caused the inner circle of the hidden sect to be a little tense. This was a good thing. After all, other than who was stronger and who was weaker, these people had no other worries. If there was no pressure, how could they advance? Han Ju thought for a moment and said, then, I'll teach you the 5 elements divine light. When this mystical power is cultivated to the extreme, there's nothing it can't do. All techniques can be broken. I hope that you can bring this mystical power to greater heights. Hearing this, the 8 brothers immediately became excited. They kowtowed and thanked Han Ju. Half a year later, they left the cave abode and were surrounded by others. They were all curious about the mystical power they had learned. Regarding this, the 8 brothers were as mysterious as Li Yao. You'll know in the next competition. Apart from Han 8, the other gourds were all smug. The black hell chicken almost died of anger. When will it be my turn? I'm the most obedient one. Sun Chang'an said angrily, wasn't the previous vermilion bird a reward? Zhou Mingyue, the reincarnated great sage equaling heaven, and Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnated purple star emperor, nodded. They were the disciples who were not taken care of. However, due to their low seniority, they couldn't take the initiative to look for Han Ju. Under the Fusang tree, the chaotic heavenly dog wagged its tail and said lazily, we have to do it by generation. The 8 of them are surnamed Han. Are you also surnamed Han? Zhou Mingyue shouted, from today onwards, my name is Han Mingyue. Lu Huaxiu covered his face. He couldn't be as shameless as Zhou Mingyue. Tu Ling'er curled her lips and said, I'll definitely be next. The golden crow Ada couldn't take it anymore and said, why is it you again? You've already gone in a few times. Everyone began to argue. Of course, most of them were joking and were not really jealous. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. They were under Han Ju's protection, anyway. Duan Hongchen sat in a corner and frowned. It was unknown what he was thinking. In a crimson hall, Di Lantian, who had transformed into a human, sat on an emperor's throne. Long Hao brought the 7 mighty figures of the true dragon race into the hall. On both sides were the elders of the Golden Crow divine clan. The imposing Di Lantian sized up Long Hao, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Long Hao stopped and cupped his fists with a smile. I'm the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Court. Greetings to the Golden Crow divine clan's leader. Di Lantian glanced at the 7 people behind him and said casually, you've already received the help of the true dragon race. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you still want to join forces with me? The Golden Crow divine clan and the true dragon race were not on good terms. The Golden Crows were known to feed on dragons. How could the true dragon race tolerate this? The two races often fought and were considered mortal enemies. Long Hao stared at Di Lantian and said, this immortal world is already the main chessboard of the heavenly Tao. You and I are both pawns, but if we join forces, we can become chess players. I heard that the Golden Crow divine clan has awakened the Emperor Ancestral Bell. You don't want to be pawns, right? Di Lantian said disdainfully, since you already know about the Emperor Ancestral Bell, why do you dare to come? He raised his right hand and waved it gently. The terrifying and mighty Emperor Ancestral Bell suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a grand mountain floating in the air, and it could crash down at any moment. Long Hao did not seem to see the Emperor Ancestral Bell above his head. He smiled and said, can the Emperor Ancestral Bell suppress sages? Di Lantian's expression darkened. I want to overthrow the heavenly court. I want to be the heavenly emperor. I'm willing to be one of the 2 emperors of the heavenly court with you, just like the 4 extreme emperors of the heavenly court. You control the heavens and I control the earth. How about that? Long Hao said with a burning gaze. Di Lantian asked, could it be that the heavenly emperor doesn't want to pass the throne to you? You're already his strongest son. He doesn't want to be accused of favoritism, and he also obeys the sages. He thinks that the next heavenly emperor should be immortal. Follow current_novel on Light Novel World. Oh. Which mortal? The 3 great generals seem to be from the human race, right? That's right. Since you already understand, you don't have to suspect my motives, right? But, are you qualified? Di Lantian shook his head and did not take Long Hao seriously. In his opinion, Long Hao was too young. He was only a few thousand years old. It was even shorter than a nap. He's not qualified, then what about me? A dignified voice came from Long Hao's body. Golden dragon aura overflowed from his body and quickly condensed into a golden figure. It was Hao Tian. Di Lantian was moved. He narrowed his eyes and said, Hao Tian. I didn't expect Senior to still be alive. Hao Tian said, since you still call me Senior, are you willing to cooperate? I want to deal with the one behind the heavenly court. No problem. Di Lantian immediately agreed. Hao Tian smiled and said, you can talk to him. He dissipated into smoke. Long Hao's tightly clenched fists loosened. He was only pretending to be confident. The pressure of the Emperor Ancestral Bell above his head was no joke. Di Lantian stared at him for a while and suddenly asked with a smile, I heard that your master is a prodigy specially nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor. My clan's Jiang Yi was saved because he reported it. How's your master's cultivation? What's his cultivation level now? Long Hao smiled and said, I'm not sure, either. But I heard from my father that my master should be only 5,000 years old now. With his potential, he's at least a rank 5 immortal emperor. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. De Lantien's pupils constricted as he sighed. To be able to reach the rank 5 immortal emperor realm at 5,000 years old, such talent is even stronger than Dao's sovereign of the divine palace. No, it should be the heavenly court's Dao's sovereign now. Long Hao's eyes revealed reverence. My master didn't enter the calamity, but his talent is top-notch. In the future, he will be the top mighty figure in the world. He will also become the pillar of our new heavenly court. De Lantian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. De Lantian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Looking at the line of words that suddenly appeared in front of him, Han Ju felt baffled. But since it was a favorability notice, it was fine. If it was hatred points, De Lantian would be in trouble. He continued to cultivate. Time flew. 10 years had passed since he had imparted the mystical power to the Han brothers. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the cave abode, preparing to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Fang Liang, Su Qi, and Long Hao broke through at lightning speed outside. He couldn't let the disciples who stayed on the island fall behind. In that case, when Su Qi and the other 2 returned, how much of a blow would that cause to the remaining disciples? Han Ju couldn't allow such a situation to happen. Everyone, prepare to listen. Han Ju's voice resounded throughout the entire island. The nether race beings scattered throughout Hidden Sect Island became excited. They had always missed Han Ju's lecture. The feeling of the Tao insight exploding was unforgettable. Everyone quickly sat down. Even Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yue walked out of their cave abodes. Han Ju began to preach. He glanced at Chang Yue. This senior sister had been in seclusion. In the past few hundred years, other than to hear him preach, she rarely came out. He didn't know what she was studying. Chang Yue's cultivation level could barely keep up. She was already a grand unity heaven immortal. Han Ju was only slightly curious and couldn't be bothered to spend time observing her. As Han Ju spoke, everyone entered a state of Tao comprehension. This lecture lasted for 5 years. After the lecture, Han Ju directly entered the Khanate cave abode to cultivate. The disciples and nether race members had yet to recover. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and fell into a daze. His eyes could see everyone's state through the mountain wall of the cave abode. Some were crying in joy, some had worried expressions, some were impatient, and some had dark expressions. They were all comprehending the Tao for themselves. Han Ju saw all forms of life. When immortals were high up and looked down on the mortal world, would they be moved by the suffering of mortals? Looking back, Han Ju's thoughts drifted to the herb garden of the outer sect of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect in the mortal world. He followed the servants to cultivate and take care of the herbs. This content is taken from Light Novel World. He saw Elder Iron. He was still so cold and gave off a temperamental aura. He saw his parents in this life. For some reason, their faces were already blurry. Han Ju had clearly lived 2 lifetimes. At this current strength, his memory was not ordinary. He could remember everyone but his parents. Perhaps he didn't want to remember them because he did not acknowledge them deep down. Time passed quickly. The faces Han Ju encountered in this life flashed past his eyes. It was like a movie that was being sped up. Everything flashed like a shadow. Some were smiling, some were angry, and some had jealousy in their eyes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They were all things of the past. Han Ju sighed in his heart. Gradually, his eyes became firm. Wasn't this what he wanted to pursue? He wanted to be indestructible and undying. He wanted to surpass all cultivators and become the strongest. This is life and death. Life and death restrain all living beings. All living beings face life and death, Hanju muttered to himself. His divine origin dermic powers resonated and his cultivation level began to increase. This was a form of Tao comprehension. Sometimes, suddenly understanding the true meaning of heaven and earth and the truth of the great Tao could increase one's cultivation. Hanju often saw this in his emails. Unfortunately, the increase in cultivation did not last long. He still had to work hard to break through to the 5 mystic divine origin. Hanju adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. 10 years later. Hanju checked his emails while cultivating. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend Divine General. He was severely injured. Your good friend Dilantian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the true dragon race, X10827, your good friend Ji Xianshan was attacked by your disciple Long Hao. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your good friend Dilantian. Your good friend Dilantian sacrificed his soul to summon the Golden Crow ancestor. Your good friend Dilantian has sounded the Heavenly Tao's supreme treasure, the Emperor Ancestral Bell. The providence of the Heavenly Court has been damaged. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has been cursed too many times and has been plagued by bad luck. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was suppressed in a danger zone. Long Hao finally fought with the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju sighed. It was truly tragic for the father and son to fight. The Golden Crow Divine Clan was quite something. From the emails, they were on par with the Heavenly Court. Especially Dilantian, he could actually rely on a supreme treasure to destroy the providence of the Heavenly Court. Hanju also noticed Jiang Dugu's situation and saw that he finally suffered a failure. What kind of existence was this? If it was a sage, it should be shown. It seemed that Jiang Dugu was not the strongest below the sages. As Hanju continued reading, his blood boiled. Was this the immeasurable calamity? How exciting! If only there was a live stream. Hanju was just thinking. He didn't want to go out. This calamity was not the era where he would rule. He wanted to be invisible. After resting for a few days, Hanju continued cultivating. Ever since the end of the lecture 10 years ago, the hidden sect had once again stirred up a trend of seclusion. It was mainly because Li Yao was preparing to reach the Emperor realm. She especially headed to the back of a mountain to sit alone and not be disturbed. Li Yao was a latecomer. Murong Qi, Sun Chang'an, the Black Hell Chicken, and the others did not want to be left behind by her. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Even Jiang Yi was stimulated by Li Yao. This woman's talent was really high. It was worth mentioning that the chaotic gourd spirit, Han 8, had also risen. Ever since he finished listening to the lecture, he seemed to have been enlightened. His cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. Even Chu Shiren sighed. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. Duan Hongchen suddenly visited him. Hanju thought for a moment and still let him in. Duan Hongchen, rank 3 immortal emperor. Born in the face of calamity. Reincarnated ancient god. He once participated in the immeasurable calamity and died. His remnant soul was suppressed in the netherworld with negative karma. After countless years of evolution, his body was born from negative karma. His remnant soul gained intelligence and could absorb negative karma to become stronger. However, he can't digest negative karma. Current favorability, 5 stars. After arriving at Hidden Sect Island, his cultivation level increased by 2 stages. It could be said to be fast. However, he seemed to be dissatisfied. After all, he was also someone facing calamity. Duan Hongchen knelt in front of Han Ju and gritted his teeth. Sect Master, I want to enter the calamity. Recently, my cultivation has developed mental demons. I'm afraid it's the Heavenly Tao's fault. If I don't enter the calamity, it'll be difficult for my Tao heart to stabilize. I swear that as long as I'm still alive, I'll always be a disciple of the hidden sect. I won't reveal anything about you or harm the hidden sect. Saying this, he clearly mustered up a lot of courage. After all, he was once a prisoner and had no right to make any requests. Han Ju stared at him and didn't reply immediately. The atmosphere was silent. Duan Hongchen couldn't help but panic. Crap. The sect master is furious. Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and didn't dare to look at Han Ju. If this continued, he would be killed by the mental demon. It was better to risk it. I know. Go. Han Ju's voice suddenly sounded. Duan Hongchen was stunned and thought that he had heard wrong. He looked up at Han Ju and discovered that he was smiling. He was like a completely different person. Duan Hongchen's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars, the most up-to-date novels are published _ here of Light Novel World. Calm. Thank you, Sect Master. If I survive this calamity, I will definitely return to accompany you on the Great Tao. Without your permission, I will never ask to leave again. Duan Hongchen said excitedly and immediately kowtowed to Han Ju a few times. Thank you, Sect Master. If I survive this calamity, I will definitely return to accompany you on the Great Tao. Without your permission, I will never ask to leave again. Duan Hongchen said excitedly and immediately kowtowed to Han Ju a few times. Han Ju said, it's your fate, after all. If you still feel that you belong to the hidden sect, you can return at any time. However, don't think that I will save you and help you. At least during the calamity, I won't make a move. This is a form of responsibility towards me and the entire hidden sect. Duan Hongchen nodded heavily. I understand. Actually, I'm also doing very well in the hidden sect. You have never mistreated me. I've always been grateful, so I never cause trouble for the hidden sect. If I fight for great providence in the future, I will definitely repay the hidden sect. Han Ju closed his eyes and waved his sleeve, signaling that he could leave. Duan Hongchen stood up and bowed before leaving. Han Ju didn't teach him the invocation technique. Although he already had a 6-star favorability towards him, Han Ju's own favorability towards him was limited, let alone this fellow who was facing the calamity. Most likely, Duan Hongchen would die in the calamity. With so many people facing the calamity, how many people could survive? Han Ju couldn't help but worry about the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Xianchen, Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, and the others. Many of his good friends had become people facing the calamity. He estimated that a few of them would die. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Han Ju hoped that they would all live. If they really died, he could only mourn. With Han Ju's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to risk his life for others. Even the Heavenly Emperor was the same. Although the Heavenly Emperor treated him very well, Han Ju would only help him if his life was not threatened. If it was a decision between his life and the Heavenly Emperor, Han Ju would only choose himself. It was the same no matter who replaced the Heavenly Emperor. If he died, what was the point of all this? In the long years of cultivation, Han Ju had always been vigilant against himself. He couldn't forget his original intention. Perhaps when he reached the end of his cultivation, he would be able to do as he wished, including making up for his past regrets. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel _ reading experience. Duan Hongchen's departure caused quite a commotion in the hidden sect. After all, having interacted for so long, everyone still had feelings for each other. Therefore, they began to discuss the people facing the calamity. As the Supreme Buddha, Chu Shiren knew the most and explained to everyone what a person meant to face the calamity was. Han Ju didn't pay attention to what they were talking about and focused on cultivating. This was life. Some had to come and go. Han Ju focused on cultivating. His goal was the zenith heaven realm. The four mystic divine origin was indeed half a step away from the zenith heaven realm. Time passed quickly. 40 years passed in a flash. During this period, Xing Hongxian used the invocation technique to summon him once. After half a year of exercise, Han Ju finally returned. It wasn't torture. To Han Ju, it was a rare form of relaxation. Xing Hongxian always had a way to please him. She was always passionate towards him. Han Ju had no choice but to teach her a mystical power and help her become stronger. This was how affection should be. Both parties had to be willing. If there was always a one-sided effort, it would be wrong and unfair to the other party. On this day, Han Ju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Li Xian'eo for fun. Then, he checked his emails. Your good friend Duan Hongchen has joined the darkness sect. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because of your good friend Xue Mingyi's curse, your disciple Long Hao has been plagued by bad luck and developed mental demons. Your good friend Zhou Fan broke through in the face of death and comprehended the great Tao of slaughter, reaching the Emperor realm. Updated _ at Light Novel World. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Dilantian was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has been enlightened by the providence of the Jie school. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has become the person facing the calamity. Your disciple Su Qi returned to the heavenly Tao with endless bad luck and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Duan Hongchen actually joined the darkness sect directly. It seemed that he had a good relationship with Xue Mingyi. Xue Mingyi was very sensible and was really helping the heavenly emperor seriously. However, seeing Long Hao encounter misfortune, Han Ju was also not happy. He continued reading. Zhou Fan had reached the Emperor realm. This was the most shocking thing to Han Ju. This was a true protagonist. Han Ju had already met him long ago. His aptitude was average, but he always managed to survive. This experience was definitely that of a fantasy protagonist. Furthermore, after this fellow ascended, his momentum did not decrease but increased instead. He was unstoppable and counterattacked all the way. He actually forcefully reached the Emperor realm. If this fellow survived the calamity, his future would be limitless. However, Han Ju still couldn't understand how Zhou Fan could be so impressive. Fortunately, Zhou Fan's favorability towards him did not decrease and would not pose a threat to him. Dilantian was severely injured by Li Dao Kong. Han Ju could only admire Li Dao Kong for this. This fellow had never lost before. Jiang Dugu had been defeated, but Li Dao Kong was still wandering around. Huang Zuantian had become someone facing the calamity. It could only be said that he was unfortunate. There was also Su Qi. He had returned so quickly and wanted to be a shit-stirrer to make the calamity even more chaotic. Han Ju watched for a while and only had one feeling: the calamity was intensifying. Visit Light Novel World. For a better reading experience. Danger. It was getting more and more dangerous. Han Ju had to become a Zenith Heaven as soon as possible. This might even trigger a system upgrade or a Dao field upgrade. This way, he would be safer. With this thought, Han Ju entered cultivation after cursing Li Xian'eo. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The immortals gathered and made a commotion. Li Dao Kong, Li Xian'eo, the Divine General, the Martial God General, and the Heavenly God General were all here. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze landed on the Heavenly God General. His aura was the strongest among the three great generals. Previously, he had raised the battle for the providence of the war god in the heavenly gate. After so many years, not a single war god had defeated him. Until now, no one dared to challenge him. With providence pouring into him, the heavenly god general was already the publicly acknowledged strongest war god. The martial god general noticed the heavenly emperor's gaze and curled his lips. Li Xian'ao was also sizing up the heavenly god general. He smiled teasingly. Heavenly god general, how does it feel to reach the zenith heaven realm? The heavenly god general's expression did not change. You might not understand. Li Xian'ao's face instantly turned ashen. Li Daokong smiled and said, let's spar when you have time. I'll teach you how to fight in the zenith heaven realm. Facing Li Daokong, the heavenly god general's eyes burned with fighting spirit, but he did not reply. The heavenly emperor suddenly said, the Dragon Court and the Golden Crow divine clan have joined forces, but they have already been defeated and can't make a comeback for the time being. However, the heavenly court is facing a new enemy. What do you think about the humans? With that said, all the gods shut up and looked up at the heavenly emperor with different expressions. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover _new novels. Ever since the calamity, the various sacred dynasties of the human race had been gathering. Now, they had already become powerful. They didn't believe in immortals or sages and said that they wanted to fight for the human race. As the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, the greatest advantage of the human race was their numbers and countless connections. Almost all the major factions had human figures. Li Daokong was the first to speak. Although the human school values the human race as its foundation, we think they have been bewitched. We should teach them a lesson. They're the protagonists of the heavenly Tao, but they still want to control it. Offending your superior is unforgivable. After the eldest disciple of the human school finished speaking, the other immortals spoke one after another. Some supported suppressing the humans, while others suggested asking the immortals of the heavenly court to persuade the humans. There were all sorts of opinions, causing the numinous palace to become noisy. After the eldest disciple of the human school finished speaking, the other immortals spoke one after another. Some supported suppressing the humans, while others suggested asking the immortals of the heavenly court to persuade the humans. There were all sorts of opinions, causing the numinous palace to become noisy. The heavenly emperor listened quietly. He was also thinking about this question. If he dealt with the humans, it would involve too much trouble. Most of the immortals of the heavenly court were from the human race. Once they targeted the humans, it would definitely cause a commotion. However, if they let the human race grow stronger, these immortals might abandon the heavenly court and return to the human race. This was a dilemma. After a long while, the heavenly emperor raised his hand and pressed down. All the immortals in the numinous palace quietened down. He slowly said, warn the humans that if they insist, the heavenly court will show the power of immortals to the world. With that said, the expressions of the gods changed. They had their own thoughts. 7 years later, Han Ju was cultivating when 4 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the heavenly court is declaring war on the entire human race. You have the following choices. 1. Support the human race and fight for the providence of the human race. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Support the heavenly court and fight for the providence of the immortal gods. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. 3. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and don't enter the calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Heavenly court fought with the humans. Han Ju couldn't help but think that more than 4,000 years ago, when the heavenly court surrounded the mortal world, he had also fought for the humans and the immortal gods. Although the heavenly emperor had done him a favor, Han Ju would never forget the arrogant attitude of the immortal gods. If not for him showing his potential, the reroll world would have been long gone and the Heavenly Emperor would not have treated him so well. This was reality. Hanju thought as he silently chose the third option. He didn't care about the entire human race. He only cared about the humans of the reroll world. He couldn't protect the humans of the myriad worlds. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Platform. He remembered the Heavenly Emperor's kindness, but he did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Court. Of course, most importantly, he did not want to take any risks. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 Bodhi tree. 10,000 Bodhi tree, ancient divine tree. Cultivating under the tree can increase one's comprehension. At the same time, it can produce connate chi. This tree was not bad. Hanju took out the 10,000 Bodhi tree. It was still a sapling. He stood up and brought the 10,000 Bodhi tree out of the cave abode. Everyone from the hidden sect couldn't help but stand up when they saw him. Hanju ignored them and walked halfway up the mountain. The others followed, and more people agglomerated. Hanju planted the 10,000 Bodhi tree halfway up the mountain. Chu Shuren sized it up and then exclaimed, "This is a Bodhi tree. Furthermore, its grade is very high. Even in the Buddhist sect, there isn't such a high-grade Bodhi tree." The others couldn't help but stare at the 10,000 Bodhi tree curiously. Hanju said, "This tree can produce connate chi suitable for deity realm cultivation and also increase your comprehension. You have to protect it. This is a supreme treasure for your cultivation. As long as it grows healthily, it will be very helpful to you. However, before it completely grows up, no one is allowed to cultivate beside it and snatch its spirit chi. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded as they looked at the 10,000 Bodhi tree with burning eyes. Who among them would not be tempted by such a divine tree? Hanju didn't say anything else and left. Everyone surrounded the 10,000 Bodhi tree and pointed. They were all very surprised that Hanju could take out such a supreme treasure. Hanju had always been in seclusion. How did he obtain such a precious treasure? From the Heavenly Court. Impossible. In Chu Shuren's words, the Heavenly Court didn't have such a foundation. The 10,000 Bodhi tree was an ultimate treasure in any overlord faction in the immortal world. The source of this chapter, Light Novel World. The Black Hell Chicken smiled proudly. I already said that Master is the reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor. Chu Shuren shouted, "Don't talk about the Tao Ancestor. Even if he's Grandmaster, or even if he isn't, you can't mention it. Be careful of the divine retribution." The others were frightened. Even this Buddha thought that Hanju was the reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor. Hanju was shocked on the way back. Since when did he become the Tao Ancestor? Fortunately, Chu Shuren stopped him in time and didn't let such words spread. At most, they could chat casually in the Tao field and increase Hanju's image in the hearts of everyone in the hidden sect. However, they couldn't let it spread. If that happened, there would be huge trouble. Hanju came to the Fusang tree and asked with a smile, "How's your cultivation recently?" The Fusang tree shook slightly and replied, "Not bad. They occasionally guide me, but I still can't transform." Its tone was filled with regret. It also wanted to be like the others and move freely. However, it was the Heavenly Tao Divine Tree. With the rules of the Heavenly Tao suppressing it, it could not transform. If it could, wouldn't the legendary Buzhou Divine Mountain also be able to transform? Under the Heavenly Tao, not all existences could transform as long as they cultivated. Hanju smiled and said, "This is actually a good thing. It can let you stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. One day, you can break through the shackles and transform into a human and enjoy freedom." The Fusang tree could only think this way. After chatting for a while, Hanju returned to the connate cave abode. Continue cultivating. Time passed. Another 20 years passed. During Han Ju's cultivation, the humans of the immortal world and the heavenly court fought. Even Xing Hongxian was attacked by the heavenly troops. Long Hao and Dilantian seemed to have subsided. There was no movement from them. The Darkness sect had always helped the heavenly court. They were the reason why they were becoming stronger. Read at Wuxia World. Yushui Mingi really wanted the heavenly court to become arrogant. Han Ju understood. Too many factions were targeting the heavenly court. If the heavenly emperor wanted to survive this calamity, he could only face the difficulties and win great providence. If heavenly court won, they wouldn't kill the humans. Therefore, he didn't stop Shui Mingi and let him make the mistake. If the heavenly emperor won the calamity because of this, Han Ju would have repaid the favor and would not owe him anything anymore. As for whether he would join heavenly court in the future, he had to think about it. The heavenly court was too troublesome. Joining them would affect Han Ju's Dao heart. Han Ju was still a distance away from the five mystic divine origin, but he was becoming more and more determined. On this day, Han Ju suddenly felt a terrifying aura descend on the nine nether purgatory. I'm the leader of the Golden Crow divine clan, Dilantian. From today onwards, the Golden Crow divine clan will enter the nine nether purgatory. I hope that the Jie school and the Vermilion bird race will not find trouble with us. Dilantian's voice resounded throughout the nine nether purgatory. He was extremely arrogant. Han Ju was speechless. Where did you get your confidence from? He became nervous. Why was Dilantian here? Could it be Jiang Yi? Han Ju immediately called Jiang Yi in. After Jiang Yi entered the cave abode, he was the first to speak. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't reveal that the hidden sect is in the nine nether purgatory. After coming here, I haven't communicated with the Golden Crow divine clan either. For some reason, Jiang Yi was inexplicably nervous, afraid that Han Ju would take his anger out on him. The most up-to-date novels are published _here of Light Novel World. Han Ju asked, so what now? Jiang Yi said, I'll pretend not to know about this. I won't go out to find the Golden Crow divine clan either. They're too arrogant now. I'm afraid of being implicated. Chapter 390 Golden Crow demonizes, Heavenly Emperor's dream. Chapter 390 Golden Crow demonizes, Heavenly Emperor's dream. Jiang Yi acted very sensibly, causing Han Ju to be too embarrassed to pursue the matter. Han Ju didn't want to expose his whereabouts, even if the other party didn't know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju asked, if the Golden Crow divine clan wants to recall you, will you return? Jiang Yi replied without hesitation, no, I want to cultivate. I'm not living for the Golden Crow divine clan. He had been on Hidden Sect Island for some time and had discovered the opportunities here. The Fusang tree and the 10,000 Bodhi tree were both cultivation holy objects. There was also a simulation trial that could quickly and without a price increase his combat ability. They didn't need to do missions or contribute. Han Ju would even preach occasionally. He was simply too happy here. In any case, Jiang Yi did not want to return. In the Golden Crow divine clan, he did not feel any competition among his peers. However, he felt pressure on Hidden Sect Island. This filled him with fighting spirit when cultivating, and he did not want to be weaker than others. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. You're promising. Jiang Yi curled his lips. What happened? Unknowingly, why did he feel that he was a generation younger than Han Ju? In the past, he treated Han Ju as a younger brother who needed to be taken care of. Now, he was actually afraid of his emotions. Jiang Yi felt that it was unbelievable even when he recalled it, but this also showed how terrifying Han Ju's shrewdness was. Being strong was not terrifying. What was terrifying was being strong and knowing how to restrain himself. Han Ju said, the Golden Crow Divine Clan has already entered the calamity. No matter how they contact you, don't care. Even if the Golden Crow Divine Clan is extinct, as long as you, Ada, and Xiao Er survive, won't the Golden Crow Divine Clan have hope? You're avoiding the calamity now because you're working hard for the future of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Jiang Yi nodded. How shameless. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. He spoke of cowardice so confidently. Even Jiang Yi felt less guilty about the Golden Crow Divine Clan when he thought about it. Of course, this was only Jiang Yi's mentality. He didn't dare to say it. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Jiang Yi hesitated and finally chose to leave. He wanted Han Ju to tell him a story, but he couldn't ask. The interference of the Golden Crow Divine Clan broke the silence of the 9 Nether Purgatory. Those golden crows couldn't stay idle and wandered around. From time to time, golden crows flew past the sky above Hidden Sect Island. Every time Ada and Xiao Er saw them, their expressions became complicated. They were golden crows who had been expelled from the race. Their feelings towards the Golden Crow Divine Clan were very complicated. After a few years, the Golden Crow Divine Clan no longer went out. Another 32 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation improved again. The negative karma vortex around Hidden Sect Island was quite vast. Fortunately, no living beings nearby approached. The Vermilion Bird race, the Golden Crow Divine Clan, and the Jia school had been very harmonious recently. It was as if they were really here to avoid calamity. On this day, as Han Ju cultivated, he checked his emails and suddenly saw an email. Your good friend Dilantian has been demonized and his providence has transformed. Demonized? What happened? Han Ju frowned. Dilantian wasn't immortal. He was the divine Golden Crow. How could he be demonized? Could this be related to the devil race? The most up-to-date novels are published _here of Light Novel World. Han Ju immediately asked in his heart, why was Dilantian demonized? Dilantian was in the 9 Nether Purgatory. Han Ju had to be careful. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju hadn't used the derivation function for a long time, so he didn't feel any heartache. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the illusion. This was a dark and mysterious space. Dilantian had transformed into a 3-legged golden crow that was larger than a mountain. He was like the sun, bringing the only light in this space. Han Ju stood in front of Dilantian and had to look up at him. What was this fellow doing? Han Ju noticed Dilantian's gaze. He turned around and discovered a pair of eyes in the darkness. They were cold and terrifying. These eyes were even larger than Dilantian's main body, filled with pressure. For some reason, Han Ju immediately thought of a name. Devil Ancestor. This big shot had entered Han Ju's vision very early on. Previously, in the reroll world, the Devil Ancestor had also made arrangements, causing the Heavenly Court to slaughter the world. In the thousands of years after, the Devil Ancestor and the Devil race seemed to have stopped and did not make any move. Dilantian slowly said, do I have to cooperate with you? Yes. Even if you join forces with Hao Tian, you will still suffer a crushing defeat. You can't even defeat the eldest disciple of the human school. How can you win the calamity? Although the Emperor Ancestral Bell is strong, your cultivation level is insufficient. You can't display its full strength, he replied coldly. Dilantian was silent. Clearly, the battle with Heavenly Court had dealt him a heavy blow. The cold eyes opened again and said, the calamity has already lasted for thousands of years. The negative karma of the immortal world has also accumulated to a certain extent. Next is the true era of competition. Ordinary zenith heavens are not qualified to compete. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, who is behind the Heavenly Court, will appear. Niwa Imperial Palace, which is behind the human race, will also take action. You have to choose your backing. Although I was expelled by the heavenly Tao, I'm an existence who can compete with the Tao ancestor. Dilantian stared at him and asked in a low voice, but how do I know if the Golden Crow divine clan will become a puppet of the devil race? It was indeed the devil ancestor. New_chapters are published on Light Novel World. Kam Hanju was secretly shocked. Even the devil race was about to enter the calamity. The devil ancestor snorted. After experiencing the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity so many times, don't you understand? No race can completely dominate under the heavenly Tao, including the humans. The humans seem to be the protagonists of the heavenly Tao, but they are actually slaves that the sages earn their faith from. Their livestock raised by the immortals to ensure their status. What the heavenly Tao really wants is for all living beings to be harmonious. The devil race and the Golden Crow divine clan can control the immortal world together and attack the deity realm of the ruins of End. They can develop the dark forbidden zone. Instead of internal strife, it's better to become eternal allies. As long as you agree, I can lend you my power and let you become an invincible existence below the sages. Di Lantian's expression changed. The scene shattered. Han Ju came back to his senses and frowned. Di Lantian had already been demonized, which meant that he had agreed to the devil ancestor's proposal. From the devil ancestor's words, he could guess that the peak of the calamity was about to arrive. In other words, the true slaughter was about to begin. Han Ju could only pray for the heavenly court. Previously, the heavenly court had been going against the devil race and had defeated Di Lantian. He would definitely find trouble with the heavenly court. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to use the dark nightmare to visit the heavenly emperor. He used the image of the dark forbidden lord. The dream was a sea of clouds. Han Ju and the heavenly emperor stood facing each other. The heavenly emperor was stunned for a moment before his gaze landed on Han Ju. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Dark forbidden lord?" He didn't seem surprised. Han Ju didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he said, Di Lantian obtained the power of the devil ancestor. The heavenly emperor frowned. He was filled with fear. It was not targeted at Di Lantian or the devil ancestor, but towards the mysterious existence suspected to be the dark forbidden lord. He could actually forcefully drag him into a dream. This method was unimaginable. Either this mystical power was extremely profound, or the other party's cultivation level far exceeded his. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover_new novels. No matter what, the heavenly emperor had to be careful. What's your attitude towards the heavenly court? The heavenly emperor asked expressionlessly. Although this dream came suddenly, it could not trap him. This was his confidence. What's your attitude towards the heavenly court? The heavenly emperor asked expressionlessly. Although this dream came suddenly, it could not trap him. This was his confidence. Han Ju said, "The heavenly court is nothing to me. The foundation of the heavenly court is still too weak. The reason why I'm reminding you is that the heavenly court can attract the attention of all living beings. I don't want the heavenly court to collapse for the time being." Apart from posturing, there was nothing else. Han Ju said this on purpose. What it meant in the heavenly emperor's ears was that it was none of his business. It was good enough as long as the heavenly emperor did not expect him to be the dark forbidden lord. The heavenly emperor frowned again. These words could represent many meanings, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility that the other party would definitely not become enemies with the heavenly court. Han Ju shattered the dream. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make, so he just stopped here. After returning to reality, Han Ju didn't receive any notification that the heavenly emperor's favorability towards him had decreased. He had been thinking that if the other party had a favorable impression of him but hated his other identity, how should he judge? From the looks of it, the system would choose the other party's impression of his main body. Han Ju continued to use the derivation function and asked in his heart, I want to know if the Heavenly Emperor can survive this calamity. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, for the time being. For the time being. It meant that according to the current development, the Heavenly Emperor could live. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the Heavenly Emperor owed him too much. The Heavenly Emperor had died in the past few simulated calamities. How many years had Han Ju sacrificed for the Heavenly Emperor? You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. It was immeasurable. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued cultivating next. He would try his best to derive the future as little as possible in case new changes happened. Of course, if it was about his own safety, Han Ju would still try his best to find a way out. 20 years later. Boom! Hidden Sect Island suddenly shook as if hit by a huge object. Han Ju was awakened. He opened his eyes and saw a huge golden bell wrapped in black aura outside Hidden Sect Island. On the top of the huge bell stood a figure. It was Dilantian. Why was this fellow here? Dilantian looked down and muttered, the surrounding negative karma has all surged here. There's actually a formation that can resist the zenith heaven. Could it be someone's Dao field? Or a mystic realm? Han Ju's voice sounded, fellow Daoist, what do you mean? His tone was very impolite. He couldn't humble himself now. Han Ju didn't want to use Jiang Yi's name. This would expose his identity and cultivation. Dilantian asked in surprise, who are you? You actually hid in the 9 Nether Purgatory alone. I'm Dilantian of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. I'm now taking over the 9 Nether Purgatory. If you're willing to join us, I will welcome you. If not, please leave. Leave. Han Ju smiled and asked directly, can I continue cultivating after joining? Dilantian smiled. Of course, a figure suddenly rushed out of Hidden Sect Island. It was Lu Bu, the guard. He slapped the Emperor Ancestral Bell away. Dilantian squatted down and used his dermic powers to stabilize the Emperor Ancestral Bell. He looked at Lu Bu with wide eyes. Zhu Tu. Why is it you? Lu Bu was expressionless. Dilantian smiled and said, so, you were hiding here. Then, there's no problem. Pretend I've never been here. Continue cultivating. With that, he turned around and left. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better reading experience. Lu Bu returned to Hidden Sect Island. The Black Hell Chicken looked at Jiang Yi and cursed, are your Golden Crow Divine Clan so unreasonable? The others were also rather displeased. Jiang Yi said awkwardly, it's just him. Not me. He seemed to have forgotten that he had been so arrogant and fearless in the past. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju began the simulation trial with Dilantian. He wanted to see if Dilantian's Emperor Ancestral Bell could break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. In terms of Dharma treasures, the Emperor Ancestral Bell could not break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The reverse was the same. However, Dilantian's cultivation was extremely strong and he killed Han Ju. He couldn't defeat this fellow. Han Ju felt a strong sense of danger. No. The 9 Nether Purgatory was no longer safe. Although with Lu Bu around, he could block Dilantian, he might not be able to block the entire Golden Crow Divine Clan. Han Ju controlled Hidden Sect Island and started to escape. He didn't plan to leave the 9 Nether Purgatory for the time being because he had no better place to go. If Dilantian wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to let Jiang Yi appear. In a few months, a war broke out in the 9 Nether Purgatory. The Golden Crow Divine Clan fought against the Vermilion Bird race and the Jie school. Han Ju saw from the emails that Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian were constantly being attacked. It seemed that the battle was very dangerous. Di Lantian was really arrogant. He actually wanted to occupy the 9 nether purgatory. Han Ju had to curse him. If he succeeded, he would definitely find trouble with him in the future. 10 days later, the battle pressure of the 9 nether purgatory stopped. For more novel, visit Light Novel World. Han Ju's lifespan had already decreased by 2 billion years, and Di Lantian didn't develop any mental demons. No, this fellow was already demonized. How could he develop a mental demon? However, it seemed that Han Ju's curse had succeeded, forcing Di Lantian to stop fighting. In a flaming palace in the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Di Lantian was alone. His expression darkened. Beside him was the shrunken Emperor Ancestral Bell. The curse just now was so strong. It must be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Why would he target me? Could it be that the rumors are true? The Dark Forbidden Lord is hiding in the 9 nether purgatory? Or is he from the Jie school? The more Di Lantian thought about it, the more likely he thought it was. He had been in the 9 nether purgatory for a period of time. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord only curse him when he fought with the Jie school? As for Zhu Tu, it was impossible for it to be him. Zhu Tu had been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord to the point of death. The Divine Palace was even taken over. Could it be a self-directed show? No, if this was all an act, the price was too high. Damn it, I still have to fuse with the Devil Ancestors Dao fruit first. I can't act rashly. Di Lantian's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of something and smiled. On the other side. Jie school. In a palace, dozens of upper echelons of the Jie school gathered. Huang Zuantian was also among them. Jing Tiangong laughed and said, Di Lantian's aura was clearly strange during the battle. It must be the Dark Forbidden Lord cursing him. I've already said that the Dark Forbidden Lord is paying attention to us. He will support the Jie school. Everyone from the Jie school looked at each other. They didn't believe it in the past, but they did now after the previous battle. Originally, they could not defeat Di Lantian, but his dermic powers suddenly surged and he was surrounded by the aura of misfortune. If it was not a curse, what was it? Huang Zuantian frowned. He was secretly shocked. This vice sect master really hooked up with the Dark Forbidden Lord? Was the sage of the Jie school not angry about this? Visit Light Novel World. For a better user experience. Jing Tiangong said, Di Lantian is full of ambition and still wants to occupy the 9 nether purgatory. It's simply intolerable by the heavenly Tao. We have to think of a way to destroy the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The strength of us and the Vermilion Bird race alone is not enough. We have to invite other forces. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.